Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Wednesday, August the 10th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. I see one yes, Roger, and I see two yeses. All right. Well, guys, now, first of all, there's no point in my going over every stock that popped because of the CPI numbers that came out at 8:30. I'd had a list prepared, mainly stocks that were moving on their own, either earnings plays or maybe some other type of news. But obviously, we had a lot of stocks popping because of that SPY news, because of the CPI news. Whether you agree with the numbers or not, it's totally irrelevant. Irrelevant, okay? Is what the market's telling us right now. So let's take a look at some of the things that are moving. SSNT, this is from yesterday, actually. It was an earnings play. Well, not an earnings play yesterday, but it's an earnings play. I've got this wrong. I'm sorry. This is an earnings play tomorrow, pre-market, but it was moving. And this was before the SPY numbers came out. So SSNT, unless they have announced today, I don't see that. I don't see that. So it looks like they still have earnings tomorrow for SSNT. This could be the one, guys. I'm going to watch Playboy. PLBY, earnings play at an all-time low now. So I'm going to watch this one on the open to see if it continues to move down. This is an all-time low for Playboy. PLBY. Coin, yeah, well, coin, I guess with Bitcoin rallying, yeah, coin had a big rally. It was down, so you'll notice it's in, well, actually, I don't have it designated anymore. But coin was down on earnings, and now, of course, with that big SPY move and Bitcoin, etc., moving higher, coins had a nice rally. INVZ, INVZ. This is an earnings play. Yes, this is an earnings play. Israeli stock, INVZ. CLWT, CLWT. This is not an earnings play, and this was already up. This was already up before the SPY action. Trying to see if I can't see any specific news for it. Eurotech Holdings, so I'm not sure what they do. Water treatment equipment, etc. Okay. Well, anyway, CLWT up, small one, low float, three million in the float. Look at this move already. So it's already traded the float. 4.4 million have traded. 3 million are in the float. Big move, almost 50%. And I do not see any news. Bark. Bark is an earnings play. Bark is an earnings play. I'm sorry, I've got stem up. So Bark is an earnings play. It's not a low float, 76 million in the float. Nice breakout here. We're going to keep going. Next high is 275 on the weekly chart. So it's got some room. That's Bark, B-A-R-K. Wait, Mara, Bitcoin is, well, I know Bitcoin was moving. You don't want to take an individual stock. There is an ETF for Bitcoin, BITO. But Mara and Riot are on the move here, guys. TTD is a earnings play. TTD is an earnings play, gapping up on earnings. Big gap up. Look at that, 20% with almost half a billion in the float. Aha. Well, I told you guys yesterday, took the GME right around that 40 level, held on, decided to hold on. It was basing up badly. Dipped a little bit below it this morning. Of course, had that move with the SPY. So I may take some off if it gets up to that 42 level. RBLX. Now, I don't know if this recovered with the SPY move, RBLX. Yeah, it's still down. But it definitely put in a nice move with the SPY, but it is still down for the day. It was down a lot more, of course, when it was down at 40. This is an earnings play, RBLX. JMIA is an earnings play, and it also popped a little bit with the SPY, but it was already up before the SPY, before that SPY move. JMIA. MRM, MRM. Now, I don't know if this has moved. They did a financing at $23. Shoot, I got the wrong symbol. What symbol is that? MIRM. Eyes were a little blurry early this morning. MIRM. So, guys, I'm sorry in the stocks that are moving. I typed MRM and it's MIRM. So they did a financing at $23. So the financing is holding so far, $23 financing. Barry is a gap up. Now it also moved with the market, but I think it was already up anyway. It's an earnings play, released earnings after hours. ARRY. Nice break now. And just as I was opening the room, Blue Sky, or not Blue Sky, Black Sky Technology. This is another earnings play. Not a low float, 59 million in the float. But it also had the move. Yeah, is that right? Yeah, so actually that's not true. So this moved after the SPY move. I actually think they released earnings right around here at 8:45 or so. No, I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm looking at my IB. They released certainly earlier around 7 o'clock. So keep an eye on FAZE, guys. FAZE. If this has another big second day continuation. If you're in the room yesterday, you know I was talking about this one taking out right here, taking out the high of the day. It did. This is after hours. It did. What did it get up to? Did it get to 20? Yeah, actually got to 21.19. So keep an eye on this one. This is certainly a flyer from yesterday. It's down a little bit. Volume is not huge yet. Well, if you're talking about a Microsoft update, I mean, mine does not do it without permission. It always asks me, so there must be, I know there's got to be a way to tell you. Yeah, change the setting. I mean, but there was one last night, yes, but it always asks me. All right, guys. Wow, it's still only 9:08. Yeah, probably hard pressed to find anything that really isn't moving higher right now, other than, some earnings play where a company like Playboy got trashed. LBY. Again, this is an all-time low. So I mean, look at this, guys. I mean, these are my biggest gainers from the open, and I know the open, but it does work in the pre-market, and because the filter actually is from the close. So there's not, I don't have the open as a filter, otherwise it wouldn't work. Obviously the market has an open, but look at this. I mean, you're the ones down. You're the ones that can't even probably, well, I could probably keep expanding this. So that's what's happening this morning. Look at the SPY. Wow, 6.8. But will this last? Yeah, you can run a scan, Jamie. Yeah, just use your earnings date filter. You probably have to go like if you went minus in the min. Yeah, I mean, there. Yeah, you can do it. You can do it. Just use your earnings filter and play around with it to get around 10 days. For instance, my earnings play right here using minus 0.25. I'm talking to somebody in our YouTube room. No, let me get minus, well, I'll get the actual filter. So minus 0.25 gives me earnings yesterday afternoon. Okay. So if you wanted to, you could probably try minus 9.25. That'll get you at least 9 days before. And if you want to put zero in here, then you'll get, nothing, but definitely. So minus 0.25 in the min for the earnings date gives me yesterday after hours. Okay. So you're looking for 10 days. You might want to try minus 10. I mean, it'll give you something that's very approximate to 10 days for sure in the min. Well, Jordan, yes. However, you've got to admit that the only reason coin is made that move is because of the SPY. So if you could have predicted that the SPY, that CPI numbers were going to come in the way they were, yes. But that move in coin right there is directly correlated with the SPY. VRNA on the move here, guys. VRNA a little bit on the move. This was one that, well, kind of interesting. Got up to 1460, closed down at 10. All right, let me take a look to see what the analysts are talking about this morning, see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And it's quite unbelievable, guys, the number of downgrades versus upgrades. Let me just show you what I'm talking about. Brief look at my, so here are the upgrades right there. Look at all the downgrades. Look at all the downgrades. Anyway, let me get the upgrades in now. Very, very few. All right, there you have the upgrades from briefing.com. I'll get the downgrades in now. What I'm looking for right now, seeing if there are any multiple downgrades. In other words, the same stock being downgraded by various firms. Haven't seen one like that for a while. Okay, a couple of downgrades by for OMIC. One of them is by Goldman, so I'm just going to take a look at OMIC. Okay, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com this morning. So let me take a look at OMIC. All right, so okay, not very much volume. They had earnings after hours yesterday, and I don't know why, but I know William always tells me why, but Goldman, for some reason, has decided to downgrade these guys, and that is OMIC, almost an all-time low. And it is shortable. And there's Playboy right there, guys. PLBY. The pre-market low is around 553, I think. Don't and these bottoming tails, forget them on the SPY. You guys have been talking about AMTD also. Yeah, big move here. AMTD. AMTD. I forgot what this really was, but it's moving. Well, I actually did see MEGL. Did see it this morning a little bit. Actually got up to 16. Boy, Playboy just keeps making a new low now, guys. PLBY, new low, pre-market low. Yeah, so many stocks are moving up on those CPI numbers. Uber, Run, well, so many. A lot of the EV plays. There's even Riven. Shouldn't say even Riven, I guess. Sega. Now that's got nothing to do with the SPY, of course, but there is Sega. A firm is even moving higher. AFRM. AFRM. All right, guys, let's take a look at the sectors. My prediction, well, I haven't checked the price of oil, but every sector is going to be up. Big. Sector status, pretty easy to predict this one today, this morning. So even oil. So I didn't even check the price of oil. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So for instance, XLE, the major ETF for energy, these are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 85% green, that means 85% of them are up from yesterday's close. Okay. Now, as would be expected, what sector is slightly negative? I'm looking here, 92%. There must be one sector. You know what it might be? Yeah, XLB. Yeah, they've got that in here. I don't have XLB here. Anyway, but technology, every single tech stock that makes up XLK is up from yesterday's close. Okay, that's what that 100% in green means. Communications 91%. But if I remember, if my friend Omni reminds me at around 10 o'clock, we'll take a look at this in a different way. We'll look at the change from the open and see if anything has dramatically changed. Stocks, my guess is that, the tech stocks will slide somewhat. Hard to believe that every stock, once the market opens, will also be above the open, but you never know. So a big positive open today. Carvana, I mean, again, another move based on the SPY. So you can really see the stocks that are so beholden to the SPY. If you see a big green candle on the 15-minute chart at 8:30, that is a direct reaction to what the SPY did. Yeah, but so the crypto plays are going pretty crazy right now. Let's take a look at BITO. Yeah, well, CVNA, I mean, for the past couple of months, I mean, look at this, it was down around $20. Then last week it had the big surge, had earnings on the 4th. I guess that what's caused a bit of the surge. I mean, it's still way, 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 way down from these highs up here, but nonetheless, they're all. I'm sure ARC is looking the same, kind of the same. Yeah, I mean, it is. Looks very much like most of the tech. Well, of course, because it's tech laden, most of the tech stocks we see that were beaten up. Yeah, Playboy keeps out. I have a half a mind to take it now, but I don't want to. I mean, it's down 23%, so that's the only issue. With Playboy PLBY, the issue, of course, the uptick rule may nail me. Any stock that is down over 10%. You may not be able to get it right at the bid where you want. Another one that's moving, I saw, of course, with so many of them, it was DraftKings, DKNG on the move. Again, just specifically related to the SPY. Other earnings play, guys. I'm sorry, after hours, post-market, August 10th post-market, ENVX. It's been on a pretty nice run actually over the last couple of weeks, ENVX. EVTL play, guys. LALM, a little bit of a move. Some volume coming in. Don't see any specific news on it. This is like the EVTL play, guys. EVTL. No, LALM is definitely a little bit of a move here, guys. I don't see any news. And they're all, it's a German stock, EVTL, EVTL type play. MIRM is trying to hold its financing level of 23. Excuse me, they did financing at $23. They raised $80 million, almost 3.5 million shares at 23. I did see Joby this morning, Joby. Even the cruisers are having a bit of a move. Take a look at NCLH. It got hammered yesterday on earnings. Let's see if NCLH. Yeah, even the cruisers are having a little bit of move based on the SPY. All right, guys, I will get rid of this, and I'll get ready for my races. Trading View apps? No. You're talking about the program called Trading View? You cannot see anything about trade ideas within Trading View. I think that's the question, Ramin, from our YouTube room. Wow, look at this SPY. All right, yeah, thank you. Less than a minute, guys. Less than in about 15 seconds, we're going to have an open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. Again, I typically do not trade in the first 15. I may make an exception for Playboy if I can get it. If it moves down. Keep an eye on that phase, guys. Especially if it takes out that 1950. Trade ideas apps, we don't really have. Okay, guys, keep an eye on the phase. See if it has a big jump from yesterday. I think if it takes out that 1960, could have a run in it. Oh, we don't really have an app, Ramin. Okay, we have a downloadable application, and that's it. not sure I don't understand what you mean by an app. Well, I know what an app is, but okay, we are now open. I mean, you should be able to see me right now. Well, on your PC, don't understand the question. I'm sorry. I mean, you can see my screen right now. You're in the YouTube room, so you can see exactly, what my layout looks like. That's the only way you can see from other YouTube, and now we're also streaming in Facebook or the main trading room, which looks like, well, that's just the main trading room. But you can already see my information that I'm streaming. So I'm not sure what your question is still. Well, that might be on your end, okay? Make sure you've got high definition. It's an option within YouTube. Make sure you've got high definition selected because the picture should be very clear. Okay, guys, I'm out of the GME. Out of the GME. We're around that 50 mark. So about $1.50 gain for me. So I'm out of the GME. That was from yesterday. So again, remain within YouTube, there is a selection, and I think if you select high definition, you should be good. Because that's not a complaint I normally get about the picture not being clear. All right, CLWT. Still moving here, guys. I could not see any news on it. It's on an earnings play, so I could not see any news for CLWT. And yeah, so a lot of the memers now are just that's why I got out of the GME. So actually, I was watching Bed Bath and Beyond BBBY. Obviously one of the big meme stocks, and it was starting to slide. So that was kind of my little clue to maybe dump my GME. So, but I'm still trying to, I just want to trade around this 40 mark and see if I can keep doing that for a while. So Playboy did not hit so far. PLBY did not hit in the 10-day daily breakdown. And what would have to happen, yeah, so you see what would have to happen. This is the opening 15-minute candle. It would have to take out 517 because it has to be a new low for the day also. Now, again, I typically do not trade in the first 15 minutes, try to let things settle down a little bit. VLD, EV play, not an EV play. It's a 3D play. Okay, 3D printing. Sorry about that. I thought it was an EV play. Okay, if you're going to even attempt this one, this MEGL, just be awfully careful. So this red box, finally, this merger went through, and William kept saying it. When it got up to $20 or whatever, the merger price was supposed to be around here in this $2 to $3 mark, and it was nonsensical that it ever got up to 27. I'm sure you meant Playboy, right? Not PLB. All right, so it actually did show up at 506 as I predicted because it had to take out that low. Okay, that's what I'm talking about. It had to make a new low for the day, which was 506. So now the key thing, obviously, is can it take out five? And if it does, I am more than likely going to take that short. You don't have to do the same thing I'm doing, of course. So we have had a halt. I didn't even see this halt, the first halt for Angie, ANGI. Actually, an earnings play. This is getting close to an all-time low. Also, ANGI, it just resumed. You got another one that if it can take out five, I think the all-time low is down around 422. So if it takes out five, along with Playboy, PLBY, that could give us a nice little short opportunity. Okay, market's holding, guys. I know there's a red, well, maybe not. There's a red bar there, but I mean, the market is still kind of holding here. QTRX. Ooh, look at this one. Now that had that's right. This one was hammered down yesterday. I think there was a reaction to earnings, QRTX, hammered down yesterday. So trying to have a little bit of a comeback. The high yesterday was around a little over 10. Just watching Playboy to see if it takes out five, guys. PLBY. Hey guys, phase, FAZE, starting to make that move. Starting to make that move. What if the memers have got a hold of this one? Whew, they were getting close to 20 now. I think that was the high yesterday, so it just all right, guys. So I'm in the Playboy short. In the Playboy short. Pretty tight stop. I didn't actually wait for the five break. I took it. What was I getting at? I took it at 501. Okay, yeah, 502 actually. Okay, they got me at 502. Um, just a little worried that, with that uptick rule. So I decided to put the bid in and actually got a fill almost immediately for Playboy PLBY. I cannot short our DBX. No shorts available for me at Interactive Brokers. With phases all over the place, but no, I'm hearing OSUR guys. OSUR on the move here. OSUR on the move. Not an earning. It is an earnings play. No action at all in the pre-market. Zero action in the pre-market. All right. Well, Playboy may knock me out. I'm not going to let this get too far above 5. OSUR on the move here, guys. OSUR. Not a low float. 69 million in the float. So this is moving a great move. 35%. All right. I'm sticking an alert around $5 for Angie. Boy, OSUR is just not stopping. I just couldn't take it. I'd be complete in chase mode, completely in chase mode if I did it. So just couldn't do it. Now looking left, if you took this one, looking left, the next high is fourth. Well, it's above that one. Wow, 566. On the weekly chart, guys, 566 on the weekly chart. So this has got some room still. All right, Playboy took out 5 again. Good, good, good. Well, briefly anyway. Nice on the VUZI. This is an earnings play. VUZI. Not really a lot of action in the pre-market. Maybe a little bit before the market opened, but not that much action. That's the VUZI. And a lot of volume coming in now. 10 will be the Stern test. And this is shortable for me, FUZI. So I'm just watching my racers as the winners. I'm going to have a top 10 list. And certainly in the afternoon, we're going to see the stocks that won the most races and really focus on those ones. Come on, Playboy, make a big drop here. All right, so CLWT is making a move, a little bit of a move again, guys. CLWT, I cannot see any news on it. I have no news on this one whatsoever. The only news is this: 3 million in the float. 3 million in the float. 21 million have traded already. That's basically 7 times the float. Okay, Angie now, guys, Angie getting close to that 5 level. Angie getting close to that 5 level, right at that 5 level now. Not liking the action in Playboy, guys. I got to tell you, I'm looking for Angie might be better. It's not making. I don't. It's not on the list yet. Angie might be better though as a short. Oh, okay, maybe Playboy now. Liking the action a little bit better. I do have some impatience. We had just some spectacular ones yesterday. Okay, now we're getting somewhere with Playboy PLBY. Just leave 5 behind. Well, you've got Angie also, guys. Angie also looks like a decent looking short. I mean, look, the next low looking left is 422. I believe that's probably the all-time low. And this is an earnings play, so there was a reason for the downturn. Even this one won't go away. Hellbiz, HLBZ will not go away. Boy, this CLWT, it is basing nicely. Now the high was 265 or so. So kind of basing nicely now, guys. Just be on the ready for another pop, perhaps. And it's that low float. Ah, Playboy, come on. A move over 5 gets me out again. Well, not only 52-week low, Liam, it's an all-time low. I'm sorry. Yeah, no, Playboy's an all-time low, not just a 52-week low. Keep position in lifetime range, minus 1.4. That to me is the attractive part. So this one flying high in the pre-market, SSNT earnings tomorrow. It looks like tomorrow. I'm not sure why it popped this morning, but anyway, really giving it up. Not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Market's still holding, guys. Market is still holding. It tried, that first 15-minute candle got down to 417, but the buyers are still in control as we speak. Well, I tell you, this phase on a 20 break could really get rocking. I already hit 21 something in the pre after hours yesterday, but you guys, ARRY on the move here, ARRY on the move here. It had a bit of pullback at the beginning. There's a spread issue on that phase still, Steve. Keep an eye on this Vuzi, guys. I mean, I know some of you guys are long. I know Shady's long, but boy, that 10 could be really, really hard to break. Could be. It's such a psychological number. Oh, I have no idea about FINRA. Like, what are you talking, like specifically, Alex? If you're talking about float and short float percent, those get updated typically not just from us, but twice a month. So say the 15th and 30th. But I could not tell you. Yeah, so that is typical in the industry. Okay, the float and the short float. But if you're wondering about some of these floats, especially if it's a low float situation, I always say it like this: if you go to 10 different websites, you'll probably get 10 different float numbers if it's a very low float. Sometimes it's really hard to get a handle. But typically, float and short float gets updated every 15 days. Okay, that's sort of industry wide. Well, even these dogs are having a day here. Or I'm sorry, on the way down. Oh, I'm sorry, on the way down, AMTD. I thought I was, it's the only, I do have one alert window that is text to voice, and I heard her saying AMTD over and over again. I was thinking maybe it was still popping. You know what, guys? I'm exiting my play-by position. I just don't like the way it's trading. It's just not, excuse me, it's not dynamic enough for me. What I will do is if it gets back down to the 480s, I might reshort it, but I just don't find it dynamic enough. I mean, I'm being a little impatient on it, but so I'm going to stick an alert around 480. Woohoo! Phase. All right, guys, here's one that has pulled back. CSSE, it is an earnings play tomorrow, after hours tomorrow. CSSE, big pop along with the SPY, and then it moved down, trying to come back a little bit here. CSSE. Okay, guys, with the phase, remember what I was saying yesterday. If it took out the high of 960, not an easy one because of the spread and all, but if it took out the high of 960 yesterday, which was right up here, I believe, not 960, 1960. I had an alert set up here somewhere. And I don't know if this is a meme stock or not. Steve Gomez, who's got some of this, says that that float information is incorrect. It's more like 1 point something as opposed to 51 million. But this has been on a tremendous run from 2 days ago, starting at 14. ISPO, is this moving up or down? ISPO, I guess it's moving down. Wow, look at ISPO. Trying to see if there's any news on this one. I don't see any specific news. This is an all-time low right now, guys. ISPO is an all-time low, and it is shortable for me. 84,000 shares available at Interactive Brokers. So this one is shortable for me, and it's an all-time low. What is going to hold it up? I don't see any news though. That's the only issue. Excuse me. I don't see that it's an earnings play. It had earnings, I guess, yesterday. I'm sorry, on the 8th, pre-market. That would have been Monday pre-market. Not a huge reaction. So this is like a delayed reaction to its earnings play, unless there's some other news. Unless there is some other news that we're not aware of. All right, VRNA is looking interesting. A little bit of a break here over the whole number. Over the whole number, guys. It's a not a good spread. 1095.11. Yeah, it's not a good spread. What's the volume like? The volume isn't bad. I mean, that spread should tighten up. After hours high, I'm sorry, pre-market high yesterday was 15. So what I'm going to do is just stick an alert around, say, 11:19 or so. See if it can clear 11 and see if that spread can tighten up. Okay, now I'm starting to look at my racers MGAM. Boy, MGAM, we haven't seen that one for a while. That was a big IPO that got all the way up to 20, 21 or so, where it absolutely collapsed. A little bit of a move. BIOR. This is the one you were talking about, Zach. BIOR. I mean, the spread is still 1109. Well, now it's moved. Wow. It just moved 1122, 1142. I mean, the spread is just one of those things that, for me anyway, it's difficult to commit. It was still about a 15-cent spread, but it is moving now. And I'm talking about the VRNA. Yeah, I saw that. I saw your, it said proven to eliminate in the air. Okay, proven. So this is what Zach is talking about. Now it's a successful completion of device performance study in, is this the same one? Oh, AERC. I'm sorry, AERC. That's got my news mixed up. Well, let's see where this one might open. AERC. So 635. So no big clue right now. This is AERC. It's been halted. 636, 636. So no real clue where this is going to open. Now this can change, of course. Typically these halts are 5 minutes long. So if it is, it'll be opening at 10:06 plus 11 seconds. I fear I'm missing out on my ISPO short. Well, there's no absolute rule, Jordan, but what we've noticed over, say, the last 3 years anyway, 2 or 3 years, ever since we did get our halts resumes, usually the first halt is pretty good. I mean, but that's, again, that's not a hard and fast rule. Usually the first halt is pretty good. You know, it'll pop off that. Second halt, sometimes it can be good, but it's usually if a stock gets halted the third time, that's usually where the drop can be. But usually the first halt is pretty good. You know, witness this so far, 650, 650 now, the halt at 635. That doesn't mean to pile into it when it opens. The only way I would play a halt like this, for me personally, it got halted at 635, okay? Let's just say it opens and it dips down below 635 and then it gets above 635 again. That's the only way I'll play a halt. But listen, highly, highly, highly risky. Highly risky. This is not a recommendation. BIOR from Zach. Great move so far. Glad I got out of my Playboy short. Just didn't have that look to it, guys. You know, now with these bottoming tails, this could turn around and be a bit of a long play. Okay, with these bottoming tails on the spot on the 5-minute chart. Glad I took off my GME at 41.50. So looking, I'm going to put an alert for GME at around that 40 mark again. I'm just trying to figure out a way that I can trade this every day. Just a little bit every day. Another earnings play, guys, is BCAB. No action whatsoever in the pre-market for BCAB. But market opened, not very much volume though. It's a tough one, you know. I mean, it's 5 times normal, but not very much volume. Tough to commit, in my opinion. Okay, as this list builds, this top 10 list builds over the course of the day, it'll turn into a great, well, my opinion anyway, a watch list that you can concentrate on. And I'll go over the racers and oh, let's see, at 10:06, probably in about 20 minutes or so. Just the concept. Yeah, not seeing the big collapses like we saw yesterday in the 10-day daily breakdown. Which just goes to show every day is different. You can have a scan that works incredibly well one day, and the next day, you're just not getting the same types of, well, you're getting the alerts, just not getting the same follow through. Every day is different. Now, granted, yesterday the market was down, so that probably helped the 10-day daily breakdowns. Not quite as easy when the market's up 500. Okay, so this is going to be more than a 5-minute halt. So this is our halts resume scanner. It's one of the ones I am sharing. So there's the halt for AERC at 10:01 plus 11 seconds. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. You can probably go back through some of the other ones and they'll be almost right to the penny, a 5-minute halt. Obviously, this should have opened, if it were a 5-minute halt, at 10:06 plus 11 seconds. It is now 10:08. So when they are not 5-minute halts, usually they are a multiple of 5. Okay. So that means it could open at 10:11 plus 11 seconds. Boy, SPY is still so strong, guys. We have not had a major pullback yet. Yeah, this messy one. Well, okay, Megal just resumed. MEGL just resumed. I'm gonna just say, I'm gonna just say, stay away from it. Hey guys, I'm sort of interested in this ISPO short. It did show up on my scanner at 382, but again, not unlike the Playboy and the Angie. Maybe in the face of this market being so positive right now, it's hard to nail these shorts on the way down. So this is not quite dead. HKD just got halted on the way up. The only reason, I mean, I'm just seeing it in my halts resumes, guys. It's not that I'm interested in it, but I'll click on it, and there it is, HKD. So if you have Zach's bounce scanner, bounce plays from Zach, this one, you would think that bounce plays should work, in a market like we've got today, should work pretty well. Okay, and then yeah, the AERC just shot way up. You're right. See, it did not get down below. All right, guys. Again, a little pullback here, but BCAB. Now, you know what? The volume is starting to pick up. I think the last time I looked, it was about two. Well, look at that. Yeah, look at the volume picking up. So I think the last time I looked, it was about 220,000. 344,000 have shown up on this on this volume bar right here on the 15-minute chart. So the volume is picking up for BCAB. Let's see. Now, the best thing that can happen is that maybe a little pullback underneath 5. It may not happen though. And then a kind of a base at 5 and then a move. Otherwise, we're just kind of chasing it right now. I mean, it's moving. I just can't chase it. If I'd seen it probably about here at 460, but the volume was not good enough for me to see it here probably. There it goes, guys. I just couldn't chase it. But there it is. Some of you may be a little more. I'm pretty conservative when it comes to stuff like this, but some, have not quite as conservative, and maybe you took it. This is awesome now. BCAB. Yeah, the AERC has always had there's only one day I can remember that I actually traded it well in terms of it not being so whippy. But yeah, it can be it's whippy generally every single day. Look at SIGA, guys. I guess who cares about monkeypox? Look at SIGA. SIGA's just taking a bit of a header here. It's only down 5%. I get it, but doesn't seem to be any enthusiasm right now about monkeypox. Oh man. Well, again, if you took the BCAB, I was talking about it. I just wanted it to maybe base a little bit at 5 before I hopped in, but again, I am a little more conservative. And it's not a crazy low float. The volume just absolutely exploded because when I first saw it anyway, it's a couple 100,000 shares, a little over a couple 100,000 shares. And the relative volume was okay, it was about 5, but look how that relative volume has exploded now, 18, and now we're at 1.2 million shares. So interesting with the memers, GME, with the market being so strong. What's AMC doing? Yeah, it's interesting with the memers starting to give it up, guys, even though the market is super strong. Now here's another cheap one, Orgo. Sounds like a villain from Spider-Man or something. Orgo. Um, well, it's almost an all-time low, but really haven't had a lot of luck with these ones today. Maybe it's because of the market. And this is shortable for me. Yeah, almost a million shares at Interactive Brokers. So that's not an issue. And it's an earnings play. So there was a reason for it being down. Am I using opening price on SPY? Don't know what you mean. I mean, I know what you mean by opening price. I mean, the SPY is moving down, if that's what you're talking about. I'm just talking about overall, yeah, from the close still. No, I'm just looking, this is just, the chart. Obviously, yes, you're right, 44.18. I mean, from the open, it is moving down. But yeah, I can tell that just from the chart. Okay, well, I actually tried to get some of this Orgo, but I couldn't get a fill where I wanted because of the uptick rule, I guess. There are tons of shares available, so that's not the issue. You're not sure it's been, oh yeah, it's been on the radar. We've been talking about it for about 10 minutes now, BCAB. And the halt, so here we go, 6. But this is so parabolic now. Well, that's why, of course, it got halted, but no, yeah, there are shorts available for me. Yeah, not, yeah, 56,000 at Interactive Broker. So yeah, I gotta be nimble on that though. ABCL, we've seen this one quite a bit. Not up a lot, only 2%, but from when the race started, and I'll go into that. I'll go into this in about 5 minutes from now. So nice move on the daily. It's an earnings play, post market. Yeah, it's a Canadian company. Where are you out of? My hometown. Okay, Vancouver. So out of Vancouver, ABCL, and nice pop here. Look at that, wiping the last 2 days out. All right, BCAB just opened. BCAB just opened. And a little bit of a stall here, guys. This could be, I mean, it's risky, 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 to short something that is really, but I mean, if you've got the shorts, yeah, it just got halted and it's got halted on the way down now. So well, I think anyway, I think this is going to get halted on the way down. BCAB. There we go. Halted on the way down. Yeah, I mean, it's wonderful. You can time these. I mean, yeah, it's wonderful, but it's not easy. And if you're new to trading, I wouldn't even attempt it. BCAB is up. Well, in theory, it's up. Not in theory, it's up on earnings. It had earnings after hours. even though there was no big reaction to it, but it is up on earnings. Also, an $8 price target put on it by Cantor. So there is some news. I'm sorry, that is ISPO. I am sorry. Just give me a moment here. I had the wrong headline up. Yeah, so it's an earnings play, okay? Could be 18% in the float, fairly low float. So it's an earnings play. All right, guys, 10:22. First of all, if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, sharing my screen and live on the mic. My name is Barry Anderson, and I do work for Trade Ideas. I get the question a lot. Do you work for Trade Ideas? I do, and very willingly. Test drive, test drive. You put a test drive link in, explain when you click on it, I'll explain what it's all about. All right, when you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So today's Wednesday, so the test drive starts on Monday. That's when it starts. Please listen really, really carefully because we get, emails all the time. If you sign up today, it'll cost you $11.11. And what you're doing is you're pre-registering. You'll get no live data until the 15th, okay? So please don't harass our support people saying, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? It doesn't start until the 15th. So it goes from the 15th to the 29th. That is 10 trading days, okay? So you will get 10 trading days as long as you can take advantage of it between the 15th and the 29th. So what do I mean by that? If you could only start on the 16th, you'll get 9 days. So it's not 10 days from whenever you start, okay? You just want to be completely upfront about that. So if you can afford $11.11 and you want to try out our premium service, which will give you everything except the ability to auto trade. No auto trading, no auto trading, no auto trading, okay? We only do this 4 times a year, so this is a great opportunity to try us out. When the test drive is over, it's over. And what do I mean by that? There's nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything, and we do not put you into a subscription, okay? The other thing is, if you're a standard subscriber and you'd like to take a look at our AI, which is basically the difference between our standard and our premium service, you can do so. It will cost you $11.11. And again, just like same thing, we will put you back into a standard subscription after the test drive is over, unless you say, hey, no, give me a premium. Okay. So great opportunity to try us out, guys. Now you'll actually have access to the program. Give it about an hour. I mean, in theory, it should be, right, 4:01 Friday afternoon once the market is closed, but give it about an hour. And then you can actually download the program and get ready for the test drive. So what do I mean by that? I mean, do yourself a favor. If you're going to take this seriously, you should have some idea about what Trade Ideas is all about before you take the test drive. Otherwise, why are you doing it? And what I'm doing right now, I'm putting in my homepage link. So if you click on my homepage link, this is what you're going to see. Now, if you do want to take out a subscription right now, of course you can. Barry for Alpha is a promo code you can use for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. You click on Get Trade Ideas, you'll see we have 4 plans. And by the way, it's the only software you'll ever need. That's what it says. Annual monthly premium standard. Okay, so the premium annual is 2,000 less the 15%. The standard is 1,000 less the 15%. And again, the big difference is the AI, which we'll take a look at later. You don't have to go annually. In fact, do not take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product. You can always try us out on a monthly basis. Standard is 118, premium is 228, less the 15% for the first month only. If you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you'll pay going forward. But at any time, if you do want to take on an annual subscription, going from monthly to annual, we'll honor the 15%. Okay. Now, if you take out a subscription now, or if you're going to take the test drive, mandatory that you do this. Getting started with trade ideas. Click on the Let's Get Started, and it goes over the download. It's about 30 minutes long, 30 minutes long, 10 videos. It goes over the download and installation, your first startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, etc. You have to do that, okay? Don't start this test drive without having a clue about what trade ideas is all about, if you're going to take it seriously. I'll just run through this a little bit. I do a stock of the day video at noon Eastern. You can sign up for it. It is free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is free. Now, if you sign up for it and you don't feel you're getting it, please click your spam folder and or if you have Gmail, your promotional folder. Now, keeping with the education section, go to the education section. So again, if you're going to take the test drive or you're a brand new user, take a look at the user guide. You don't have to learn everything, okay? There's that getting started we talked about. At the very, very, very least, know what an alert window is, that A window. Know what a top list window is, the T window, and know about stock racing. At least get these three, so that you have an idea. Afterwards, price alerts, yeah, really important, putting price alerts on your charts, things like that. But you don't have to learn everything all at once. But definitely know what an alert window is, a top list window is, and what the stock racing is all about. Daily support. So today is Wednesday. So I take a break between 12 and 1. It's all times Eastern, of course. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. So today is Wednesday. So that should be Jamie. Okay, so before I take my break at noon, I'll put the link in for YouTube so you can head over there. Now, Chris Farley normally takes over in our YouTube room between 3:30 and 4:30, but he's on vacation this week, but he'll resume his duties next week. Okay. Daily webinar. So today is Wednesday. There is not one today. There is one tomorrow. And then we're on a 2-week hiatus during the test drive. But you can sign up for them all here. One week it's Monday, Wednesday. The next week it's Tuesday, Thursday. And last, back to basics. If you're new to trading, great little series that Michael Noss put together at Trade Ideas. It's not third party. Michael Noss works at Trade Ideas. And it starts off with what is a stock? So about as basic as you can get. Last, my scans. You hear me talk about my race mode. I'll talk about that all day long. The 10-day daily breakdown. You hear me refer to Zacks, bouncers, and toppers. So these are the only 2 alert windows that I've got right now. Okay, that's it. Other than that, I just concentrate on the race mode all day long. I do use this in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up, pre-market actives down, and this gap up and down works in the pre-market also. Okay, so a lot of scans that I am sharing here. So my advice, if you save my link, then you can take a look at the education, my scans, and of course, the getting started anytime you want. Give me a moment. Okay, first of all, China, it's not a 15-day trial. It's a 10-day, okay? Number one, it's a 10-day. So I don't know where you got the 15, but it is a 10-day, 10 trading days. Okay, this is what I would do first of all, okay? How you are going to use the race will be really up to you. I mean, I'm sharing this particular race here, okay? And but you still have to have some trading experience. I mean, I'm going to go over what the race is all about, but you still have to have some trading experience. What I would do first is I would go to the guide and, go to my homepage, go to the education section, and then click on the guide. And then in that first row that you see, you'll see TI stock racing. So get yourself familiarized about what the racing is all about. Number one, before there were no various ways traders trade off the information. I mean, it could be all over the place. I mean, different traders have different styles, right? So my style, I like to see stocks, momentum type stocks. I'm not a huge pullback player. Doesn't mean you can't use this for pullbacks, but most of the stocks that I see here are stocks that are certainly up for the day and are having, some good momentum. But doesn't mean just because I get an alert, I click on it, I immediately take the trade. But I'll go over that. I'll go over the races in more detail in a bit. So what are we? What is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay. So now I'm going to be honest here. During this test drive, and even now, I concentrate on this racing window. Yes, I do have my 10-day daily breakout and up. Don't get too many alerts on it. And I will look at Zacks, bouncers and toppers, but my 99% of my focus is on the races and as it builds a watch list for the day. Okay. So I don't have a lot of alert windows. I'm not clicking on alerts madly, from different alert windows, different types of setups. I'm really just concentrating on the race scan. But we do have a lot of, I'm showing you that I'm sharing a lot of my scans. If you click on new from our toolbar and then click on dock channel bar, and also, by the way, racing and this Brokerage Plus window only available if you're using our web-based version. It's not available. Okay, so just completely upfront. So if you're going to take this test drive and you have a Mac and you're not prepared, to use an emulation program like Parallels or a cloud service like AWS, something like that, then you will not have access to the racing. So just to be upfront about that, okay? So all of these channels right here, these are theme-based channels. So for instance, if I click on the Explosive Winners channel, you're going to see this is a layout. And within each layout that you click on, you will see some scans. So this race right here, they've changed it. Let me just do this. Oh, they've called it. Okay, okay. They've renamed it. They've renamed this. It's now called Relative Strength Leaders from the Open. Okay, that's fine. It was called Explosive Winners, but that's okay. So what you're seeing here is, in essence, this race that I run. Okay, I've made some changes to it. I've upped the minimum volume. I think I've changed the price range. Okay, but if you wanted this race as it is, and with any other scan that you see from our channel bar, all you have to do is right click and then you duplicate into a free floating window. What you're doing then is you're taking this out of the layout. So if I duplicate into a free floating window, now look at this, it's free floating. Now I can save it to the cloud. Right click, save or share to cloud, and I save it. Why? Because now what you can do is you can go to the different channels. Like let me take the momentum channel. It's another popular one. I take the look at the momentum channel. So here's an alert window. And if I want to know what anything is looking for, all I have to do is right click like any one of these scans. If I right click, configure, click on summary, and it's going to tell me what this scan is looking for. So in this particular case, If the stock is between $1 and $50 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, minimum of 100,000 shares, etc. Okay. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why AUB just showed up. Okay. AUB just showed up at 1036. So if you like this scan the way it is, then you do that, what I showed you before, you duplicate into a free floating window and then save it to the cloud, or you could adjust it. So you might like the concept, and maybe you want a different price range. So you can go 10, type in 10 in the price range and 50. Okay, I'm going to leave the 50. If I click on summary, instead of now 1 and 50, it says 10 and 50. If I wanted to up that volume, I could. But if you like the way it is, now, if you make the change, now you've made the change, then you can say, save it to the cloud, duplicate into the free floating window, and then save it to the cloud. Or if you like it exactly the way it is, you don't have to make any changes, just save it to the cloud. Okay? So the whole concept, what I'm trying to really show you, is that you can go to the different channels and you can start extracting scans that you might like, saving them to the cloud. Once you've saved them to the cloud, File, from our toolbar, load from cloud, and you will see them. So you could click on one, load it. I think you have to do the file load again, click on another one. In other words, you can build a layout without actually knowing how to build a scan from scratch if you don't want to. Okay? I thought they did small steps. So yeah, so with parallels and Win 11, yeah, I thought they had with the latest version of parallels. All right, now, obviously, I shouldn't say obviously, but if you want to build your own scans from scratch, of course you can. So if I'm gonna right click on a scan, there's an alert window, configure, and in this time, instead of clicking on summary, I'm gonna click on search. So when the company started in 2003, they felt that most people would not want to have to learn a programming language in order to build their scan. So what they tried to do is create enough enough alerts. When you see these icons, these are real-time alerts. And if I scroll down, and these are the filter icons. They tried to create enough of them so they felt that with the majority of our customers, with all the different types of trading styles out there, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Okay. Please listen carefully. Do not get hung up on how many alerts and filters we have. You do not have to learn them all. I use a handful of them. That's it. Obviously, the reason we have so many is because different trading styles, so you can hopefully, if you're with your trading style, you could combine them to give them the type of scan you're looking for, but you do not have to learn them all. Okay. So that's if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. All right, now let's talk a little bit about the AI. You'll have access to the AI, and this is what I would do. Make it super simple. All you want is this window, okay? And so if you click on, if you're new to Trade Ideas and you have our premium service, or if you're going to do this next week, the test drive, click on New, and then so this should say for you guys, it should say Premium AI / Holly Strategy Trades window. They've got rid of the Holly for some reason. That's okay. We nicknamed it Holly, but I guess we've taken that nickname out. And when you do that, this is the window that you'll see. Okay. Now, how to trade it? Well, first of all, that's going to be up to you. All I can tell you is that you'll have an entry price. You don't have to get in right at the penny, and you'll have a stop. And how you trade, any AI alert, and there's nothing for you to do, by the way. You just wait for the alerts to happen. So what I would do is I would take this window and I would incorporate it as part of your layout. So for instance, tomorrow, if you open Trade Ideas before 9:30, this window will be blank, and you just wait for the alerts to happen. So, there was an alert to go long on BE at 26.15, earnings play, obviously, pretty darn good, up 6%. What I do is I filter on the profitable trades. I don't care about anything that is losing. Now that may sound, well, you must be cherry picking then. You're only cherry picking if you want to auto trade, in my opinion. Okay, so I don't auto trade. I never will auto trade, and you will not be able to auto trade during the test drive anyway. Okay, because all I use this for when I have time to look at it is as a watch list. Okay, I use it like a watch list, and I only want to see the ones that are working. Why would I want to see the ones that aren't? And last, Brokerage Plus, this window that you see here called Brokerage Plus. This window, sorry, the upper left-hand corner, the big blue window. Okay, so I put a link in called Brokerage Plus. If you click on it, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video that shows you if you have an interactive broker's account or an E-Trade account, how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Okay. And there's a longer video which goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. Okay. But again, if you have an IB or E-Trade account, you can actually use this window to trade from within. And again, if you're using our web-based version, this is not available. But again, listen carefully. If you do not have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean that you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means this feature is not available. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this. Okay. Now, how I like to demonstrate its use is as a simulator. Okay, especially if you're well, even if you're not new to trading, but maybe you'd like to test out a new strategy or test out, the races and how they're working. Well, if I took this one, how would that work? Things like that. Um, so the simulator, we've got a great simulator and it uses our real-time data. So if you're still not decided about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, you can do so. Now, all you need is our standard service in general. Obviously, during the test drive, you'll have access to this, but if you become a subscriber later, all you need is our standard service, and it uses our real-time data from our data provider, okay? So it uses our real-time data, so you can practice trading using our simulator. So to load Brokerage Plus, you click on New. Now, Brokerage Plus for me is right at the top now. I'm not sure where it is for you, just find it. And when you click on it, this window will show up. You may have different column headers than I have, but it'll say something like this, and it should say not connected. So in order to connect now to the simulator, you just click on Sim underneath that Brokerage Plus tab. Okay, and then click on Account. It'll change from not connected to account, and then click on Simulated Trading Default. Now you're in the simulator. This is something that, this HLBZ, this is something that I was demonstrating how to take a trade in the simulator. Actually, a couple of days ago, I have not exited it. So that's how you can practice swing trading also. So if you take a trade and you don't exit it at the end of the day, well, then it becomes a swing trade. Very simple to use. You just click on any alert, any symbol. The symbol will show up. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You pick the price you want to get in at. The bid ask, if if you know anything about trading, if the bid ask, in this case, it's only a penny. So you could go in at the market. And then you click buy. And that sets it up. I don't like it. I have to tell you. I mean, I don't know why we have to go through this step, but you click buy and then you click send and then it sends it. Steve, you have the ear. I don't know if you're still listening to me in YouTube. Next time you're golfing with them, tell them to get rid of that stupid step. Buy should just mean buy, and that's it. Never mind having to send. I'm talking to Steve, maybe in our YouTube room. He was there earlier. I don't know if he's still there. And he golfs with Dan and Brad, who are the couple of co-founders of Trade Ideas. So now let's talk about the races, guys. So to sort of answer your question, China, I mean, there are all sorts of ways, different ways to use the races, okay? The races always start off from a top list. So that's why I can't tell you, well, I don't know your style of trading. What I like to do is this is called biggest gainers from the open percent. Very, very simple filters in here. I'm just looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Volume has to be at least 200,000 shares. I want it to be up from, I want it to be positive today, so up at least 2% from the close. Okay, so I want it to be up. Now, when you look at a top list window right now, before we had races, top lists really were designed just to show you if you wanted to know the stocks that were up the most today, as an example. Okay, so there's the change from the close. So if I double left click on that column header, and you can, excuse me, each one of these column headers that you have are sortable. So right now, I'm seeing that BIOR in the list of stocks that I've got is up 42% and it's at the top. Great. How do I trade it? BCAB, 38%. Great. How do I trade it? I mean, what is this really? I mean, it's nice to see maybe what stocks are up the most and all that, but at this point, what am I supposed to do with that? So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to sort on the change from the open percent, because this is what the race is based on. So again, BIOR is up 31% from the open. Great. Should I be trading it now? Is it moving? What's it doing? Is it doing anything? I have no idea. I'm looking at this. You're right. If I fixated on this and I say it's 31.4, now it changed to 32. So, it's making a little bit of a move. But how crazy would that be when I've got 100 symbols in here to have to try to concentrate and see what's moving? That's what the race does. So I run 4-minute races. Now, if you're going to ask me why, there's no scientific reason for my running a 4-minute race as opposed to a 3-minute race, as opposed to a 5-minute race or a 10-minute race. I chose 4, and I stuck with it, and that's just sort of, I guess I'm going to call that's my sweet spot. You can run the race on any time frame you want, but I want to run it on 4 minutes. So what does that mean? That means every 4 minutes, a new race will start. You'll see right now, I'm almost at the end of a race. There's 33 seconds left in this race. Once this race is over, a winner will be declared. Looks like it could be BIOR. Okay, will be declared. And then another race will begin. But what does that, again, what does that really mean? Right here, look at KSPN down here. It's up 8.8% from the open, right? But what if all of a sudden KSPN started to really move? Volume was coming in and it was really starting to move. And it went from 8.8%, 9%, 10%, 12%, 14%. I would have no idea that's happening. But the race lets me know when a stock starts moving relative to all of the other stocks in the race, because they all start off at the same starting position. And then boom, the gun goes off. And now, as a stock starts moving up here, it'll start moving up on the leaderboard. Okay, so there's NVTA. It's not a big move, it's only 1%, but sometimes you're going to see something moving like 3, 4, 5%. My advice is, as you see it moving up, click on it. You don't have to wait for it, number one, for the race to be over, to click to see what won and then click on it. Okay, as something is moving up on the leaderboard, click on it, see what's happening. So there's the VBIV. Okay, and it's making a move, 108. Maybe, and if it meets your sort of trading plan to trade something like this, at least now you'll be aware that it exists. Otherwise, you would have no idea that VBIV was moving up. Okay, this is just an example. I have a race built on large cap gainers, though. Also, this sort of race may not be your style. These races are now look at the HSCS. That's a 6% move since the race started. You can just see it. Probably from 302 to 324. So I mean, this is going to alert you to things that are happening right now. So it's kind of a hybrid. It's the best of a top list. In other words, showing you have a list of stocks that you'd like to keep track of, but then an alert window, which is going to tell you real time when a stock is making a move. And I was a disbeliever. Like a lot of people at Trade Ideas, when this was first introduced, I could not see the benefit of it at all. And then about well, I guess about 4.5 weeks now, I think I'm into my fifth week of using this almost exclusively. It's all about what you build your race from. What top list are you using to see things? And once I figured out, well, okay, the biggest gainers from the open percent is what I wanted to do or wanted to see. And I ran it for the first week and I was sort of stunned by the reaction I was getting to what I was seeing. And so I did it the second week, the third, and after about the third week, I became a believer, and that's it. If I only had one thing to look at, this would be it. But again, it does require, some trading experience. I mean, it's not just because something is winning a race. Okay, I'll take the trade right now. Okay, for me, it's all about, okay, it's winning a race. Where is it? Intraday. Is it sort of basing just underneath the high of the day? Maybe I'd be looking left on a daily and a monthly and a weekly chart to see, okay, maybe it's close to today's high. Where is the next high looking left on, say, a daily chart? So for instance, if I look here, 327 was the high yesterday. That could stall it. That could stall this one right now. That high of yesterday. But if that weren't there, and then I'm looking left and the next high is 425, that'd be awesome. You not see that? So if it can take out 327, later on, I mean, then look at the potential that it has until it gets to the next high. So again, if you're new to trading, you're probably thinking, wow, this is a lot to take in. Yes, it is. Trading is not easy. But that's why we have a simulator. That's why you should practice trading. Is there a limit of the number of windows you can have open for a standard edition? Okay, well, if you're talking charts, you can have 10 in the standard edition and 20 charts in our premium service. In theory, now, if you're just talking other windows like alert windows and top list windows and races, in theory, there is no, there is no, there was no limit. But my advice is that you don't have so many open. Otherwise, you'll never get anything done. And what I mean by that is that if you have a lot of different windows open, you're clicking on this one and clicking on another one and clicking on another one, you're just clicking like mad all day long, you'll never get anything done. Okay, Alex? That makes sense? And I used to be that person. When I started with Trade Ideas just as a subscriber back in 2010, I mean, it's really easy to not to sort of think to yourself, well, I don't want to miss any type of setup. Every setup there is, I want to know about it. So in those days, I mean, nobody was showing me trade ideas like this. Nobody was telling me, well, you probably shouldn't have so many alert windows and top list windows, etc. But I didn't want to miss any type of a setup. And I also didn't know what sort of a trader I wanted to be. And what I mean by that is, I've determined that I'm more in tune with being a momentum trader. I like to see stocks kind of near the highs of the day or lows of the day if I'm going to short. I'm not a great pullback player, though. I mean, this can show me very interesting pullbacks. If you are a pullback player, and I'll show you how. But it took me a while. I didn't know when I started. I didn't know what sort of a trader I wanted to be in terms of what I wanted to look at. So it took me several years, really. Mm-mm-mm. No, 10 charts, 10 charts. Okay. If you're a standard subscriber, you have a limit of 10 charts, but these are not charts. These are, so you can have 10 charts in standard and 20 in premium. Everything else is not a chart. And in theory, it's an infinite number. But I mean, again, don't go crazy. Now, I also prepared this one, the large cap gainers from the open, because if you don't like this, because look, most of the things that you see here in this window are going to be probably what we call low float situations. Okay. Now, it's not because I have a filter that says just show me those low float situations, but for a stock to be moving, pretty rapidly, you cannot probably have billions of shares in the float. Again, if you don't know what the float is, that's the available number of shares that can be traded on a daily basis. For me, 20 million and under would be a low float. So for instance, sticks right here, STIX at 17 million, that would be a low float. Now we've seen some, that have ridiculously low floats, 1 million shares. So again, why is that important? Well, what's one that is a real low floater today? I think BCAB is a super low float. No. Help me, somebody. What is a real low floater today? Well, okay. I mean, this is 14 million. I mean, that's not crazy low, but look how many shares is traded. 49 million, right? 49 million it's traded. So this has turned the float over. Not quite, probably about 3.5 times. Okay. If you divide 14 into 49. Okay. So consequently, there's high demand, low supply. That's all it is. Okay. High demand, low supply. So the lower that number is, and if you get, I mean, we've seen some, with a million or 2 million in the float that trade like 100 million, 200 million, maybe not 200 million, but 100 million in the day, like 100 times the float. So, I mean, when you get that sort of situation, that's when you can get these insane moves, the 50%, the 100% moves. Not going to get that typically with, I keep saying Facebook, but, with Meta, with 2.2 billion in the float. It's a nice move. Don't get me wrong. 6% is a pretty good move for something with 2 billion in the float. But if you're looking for stocks that are really got the big high percentage moves, they're more risky, no doubt, more risky. So if you'd rather have something that's a little less risk, well, everything has risk, but maybe a little less risky. I also constructed one called the large cap gainers from the open. It's basically the same thing here, except this is what I did. It's based on this configuration in the top list. And so it's be a minimum of 500,000 shares instead of 200,000. A market cap of 500 million. Okay, I have no market cap here. Plus the float has to be at least 50 million. So you're probably not going to get all these crazy moves, okay? But you might get moves that are a little more steady. So it's up to you. I mean, I am sharing this one, the largest cap. It's not on my homepage. I probably should add it for the test drive, but I can share that with everybody. Hmm. James, there may be a way, I can't off the top of my head think of that. A measure relative sector performance. Well, I mean, yes. I mean, if I go to the sector, okay, I shouldn't say that. There is a way, but it's just the major sectors, okay? So if I go, and you guys are probably having to do, if I look at the sector status, here is a race based on the major sectors. Okay, as an example. So yes, there is a way. So you see here are the sectors that this race is based on. And that would absolutely give you, that would tell you what sector relative to the other sectors is moving the most. Now, if you wanted more ETFs, I think we still have an ETF, or different sectors, and you know what the symbols are, you could, and again, this might be, if you're new to trade ideas, if you have trade ideas and you know how to create a watch list, you could put all those sectors in, all the ETFs that you want, attach it to the top list window, and then launch the race from there, if that makes sense. Because every top list window has a launch rate real-time race. So if you attached to a top list window a bunch of ETFs that you want to follow, and then you want to follow relative strength among them, yes, you could do that. So the answer is yes. Are you a subscriber, James, right now? And I'm talking to James Lane in our YouTube room. Okay, so you can either, now, we also have, just give me a moment, okay? We also have something else. I don't know how many sectors there are. ETF racing, okay? Here's ETF racing. Okay, so we do have a lot of some ETFs in here. So who's moving up now? Who's moving down now? Okay. Now, I don't know how you guys are seeing this yet. You're on version still 0.96. There is going to be a new version. We're still I'm still testing it. Well, not just myself, but we're all testing it to make sure that it's going to be the one that we want to have for people running the test drive. But when you click on new and then dock channel bar, I don't know if you see show more or if you see all the channels right now. So if you don't see, for instance, that those ETFs, you just have to click on the show more. Okay. Look at this SPY go, guys. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. So Haven, what bounce scan are you talking about? If you're talking about the races, well, the reason why Playboy, PLBY, would not show up here is because it's still way down from the old from yesterday's close. And I have a filter in here, okay, that the stocks have to be up from yesterday's close. But what bounce scan are you talking about specifically? If you're talking about the races, I mean, that would be the reason. Look at this NVTA. Another one, another earnings spike, guys. See how, this is not going to last, unfortunately. We're in earnings season that I like. Okay, I don't care about the Facebooks and the Googles and the Amazons and the Teslas, etc. I'm way more interested in these ones that usually fly under the radar for about 3 months, and then they have earnings. Okay, and then they do something like this, either in the upside or the downside. These are. I mean, you're not going to get. Look at that, 57% move. Okay, and on the move here. But we're not in, earnings season. Let me just for fun see how many next week when we start our test drive. I hope we'll still have I'm sure we're going to have still a lot, but Give me a moment. Yeah, see, this week, just to give you an idea, yeah, I mean, this week we've got 1,000 companies that are releasing earnings, okay? 1,000. Too bad the test drive, again, Steve, if you're listening to me, we should have started the test drive this week because, it'd be super active, lots of excitement. Not that we won't have some excitement next week, but next week we're down to 180 companies. So we're going from 1,000 companies this week releasing earnings down to 180. So we'll still get a lot of, the races will still perform. And in other words, we'll definitely get things that are moving. Don't get me wrong, but we'll get a lot more this week because of earnings. Now, one of the things I also like to do in my races is one of the options. Give me a moment. One of the options in the race setup is, oh, I'm sorry, clicked the wrong one. Well, actually, no. Show all, well, this is already set up like this, but you would see something that show top 10 winners, something like that. Okay, if you're starting a race from scratch from a top list window, I love that because this is what happens. It creates a top 10 list of stocks. So in other words, NVTA is at the top right now because it's won 4 races today. This turns into a great watch list, especially in the afternoon after a stock has, won a lot of races. You can really start to, zero in on the stocks that are active, just by automatically creating a watch list for you to focus on. If you're new to trading, I cannot emphasize enough that, one of the tough things about trading is, oh, what should I trade? What should I look at? Everything is moving. What do I do? Well, this creates a nice top 10 list for you. And so right now, for instance, look at CLWT. Super active at the beginning. It only won one race, but let's click on it. Let's see what's happening. Anything happening? All right. So look at this. And this is why using the races with our price alerts window can be very powerful. So look at CLWT right now. You might say, wow, okay, it's at 215 right now. It got up to what, 265. Kind of see if it can take out this 230 level, or a lot of highs here on the 15-minute chart. Maybe that'll get it going again. So right click on the chart, create a price alert at 228 or another number if you wanted, and save it. You'll see a blue line will appear on the chart. You'll see right down on your price alerts window. It's at the bottom. If CLWT hits 228, we'll get a real-time alert. CLWT will pop right to the top of my price alerts window. And it doesn't absolutely mean you're going to take the trade, but at least now you'll be alerted to an area that you thought was interesting. Conversely, if you're somebody who wanted to short something, you might put an alert down here underneath these levels, at 2. And if it gave that up, maybe that turns into a short opportunity. So you just use the price alerts window. Okay. So Haven, I don't know if you heard me. I don't know if you heard my response, because the bounce scan, I'm not sure what bounce scan you were referring to. This is not a bounce scan. So I'm not sure what bounce scan you're referring to. Now, one of the things you can do from this the biggest gainers from the open is this is what I'm using, okay? It doesn't mean that's what you have to use. I am sharing this, yes. But you could open the top list right click and open the top list so you can see what it is. And then for instance, if you got into the configure, if you got rid of this, the stocks where the change from the close was up 2%. If you got rid of that, then what would happen is you would then see stocks that may have been beaten up. They're down from the close, but now are and their first print of the day was way down, a gap down, and then they're starting to recover. A change from the open. I mean, it's customizable, guys. I mean, I'm just using it the way I like to trade. It doesn't have to be the way you like to trade. Okay, I see that Vuzi is now Vuzi, guys. Look at Vuzi. This is from the large cap gainers from the open, just over 10 now. Earnings play. When you look left on the weekly chart, I can't even see anything when I look left. I could expand it, of course, but quickly I can't see anything. In other words, when I say see anything, the price is at 10.04. The highest price I see over here is 9.59. Okay, on the weekly chart. So all of these candles are beneath the current price. So that's when I turn to the monthly chart. And the next high is 1144 on the monthly chart. Now, I'm not saying it's going to get to 1144, but there's still room for VUZI to run if it wants to. All right, guys. So I'm not seeing any more questions. All right, 11:13. So I'll be taking my break in about 45 minutes. Ooh, this is an interesting one now, guys. VLD making a little break now. VLD making a little bit of a break. Earnings play, another earnings play, guys. At least earnings after hours. No big reaction. Now, the other thing about the races, which is very cool. Again, remember what the top list is all about. It's just looking for stocks with, 200,000 shares minimum, up 2% and from the close, and between $1 and $50. Okay. What can happen is you might see a stock all of a sudden out of nowhere. It wasn't in the top 10. You haven't seen it at all. All of a sudden, you'll see something starting to move. It's very cool. It's very cool. I mean, you can see it starting to move, and you haven't seen it at all during the day. And that happens a lot in the afternoon. Okay, Haven. So I don't know what bounce scan you were talking about. Okay, regarding Playboy, you're not talking about. If you're talking about the biggest gainers from the open, that is not a bounce scan. Plus, I have a filter in here. I have a filter in here that the stock has to be up at least 2% from yesterday's close. Okay, so it has to be in positive territory. So that's why Playboy. If that's what you're talking about, if you're wondering why Playboy is not in here, Pete, the one in my home page. You mean You mean bouncers and toppers? Which scan specifically on my home page? Here's my, you're talking about the scans I've got on my home page. So click here. So are you talking about bouncers and toppers as an example? Yeah, I have to know which, and there'll be a very simple explanation. Some filter was not met. Yeah, so it'll be because a filter wasn't met. I think if you take a look at this, I don't use this anymore, but I mean, if I take a look at it, so for so the stock was down at least 5 minute candles in a row, as an example, and so all I can say is that for whatever reason, well, I can tell some of one of these filter values that were not met. It's that simple. Okay, that's why it wouldn't appear. I mean, I can't tell you which one, but that would be the reason. And if you're saying, well, I want Playboy to appear, well, you can adjust it. Problem is that sometimes, because that's a common question, how come I couldn't pick this specific stock up on my scan? And we do a check and we see, well, okay, your minimum volume was too high, or the relative volume was too high, or some other filter. And so we say, okay, if you relax the filter values, maybe decrease the volume, decrease relative volume, or decrease something else, yes, you will see that stock. The problem is you may see a lot of other stocks that you don't want to see. Okay. There's always a bit of give and take. You know, I can construct a scan that will show you virtually anything that you want, but it may introduce 10 others that you don't want to see. So I can see right off the bat here, 1, 2, 3, 4. So in my bounce scan, it had to be five consecutive 5 minute candles down. There were only four, as an example. Okay, for Playboy, I'm just looking at right there. So that would be one reason why it wouldn't show up. You want to reduce it to four, it would have shown up more than likely, but maybe you get other ones you don't want to see. Does that make sense? But again, you can adjust your setting, but remember, you may get a lot more than, obviously it would have been wonderful to see this one, okay? But you may get 10 others that don't do anything and you may get lost. But go ahead. I haven't used that scan for a long time. All right, guys, TBLA, very interesting. Almost at the high and looking left, there's no real resistance. Looking left on the weekly chart, 325 may stall it, but if it can get through that, 360 is a great level. It's not a low float, it's earning, so you know it's going to be active. Okay, TBLA, you know it's going to be active all day. It's funny, it hasn't traded that much though. I mean, it's 4 times normal, but that float also, I wonder if that float is right. Sopa. Haven't seen Sopa for a while. Yeah, I mean, it's got a little bit of room. 235 is the next high. Looking left. Not really trading dramatically. It's only half of what it normally does. It's a low float, but it might be, I don't see it on my list here. I mean, this one here, my biggest gain, nope. If you have this one, the biggest gainers from the open, it should look exactly like this. Depends when you loaded it, of course. And it depends when obviously my race starts every 4 minutes. And, so your race may be every 4 minutes, but depends when you start it, like literally, 11:22. So big difference today in the 10-day daily breakdown. Probably the main reason is the fact that the market is so up. Okay, so even though my guess is that if the market was like yesterday, we would have seen Playboy and Angie and ISPO and Orgo really getting more crushed than they did. I don't think there's one today, a Fed meeting. I don't think so, but okay, guys. I'm gonna try this little CLWT, see if it has any sort of a move from here. And the high is up here around 266, so that's about 30 cents away, which would be pretty good. Like to see some volume come in, CLWT. Not telling you to do the same thing, but just wanted to show you again how you can use the price alerts. I didn't have to stare at this chart. I just put the price alert, saw it, thought, okay, let's see what happens. So let's take this in the simulator also, okay? Take 400 shares. The bid ask is good, buy, send. So now it's in the simulator right here. Now, if I want to get in the simulator, if I want to get out of the trade, I just highlight the trade. So if I had a series of trades in here, I just highlight what I want, and then I can flatten it. That'll get me out of the trade, get out of half the trade or double. Wow, look at sticks. This is a sort of a miss by me for sure. But we talked about this one, guys. I mean, the when it takes out the high of that previous 5-minute, 15-minute candle, boy, that's pretty positive. I don't see any news on this one, guys. This is a Brazilian stock. Boy, you don't see these Brazilian stocks do something like this that often. A Brazilian stock. All right, guys. I'm out of the CLWT, so there was no follow through. Little loss on it. I'll look at it again later. I'll keep it in the simulator. Surprise! Oh, and stick. So yeah, sticks got halted and then it got resumed. Wow. So you can see Sticks has won 3 races. So later on in the day, for instance, later on in the day, I mean, it may not pull back in a dramatic way, but if it pulled back, just click on the alert. If it's not, if it's, all of a sudden you don't see it, moving up on a leaderboard or even on the leaderboard, just click on the alert. This is a watch list for the day, guys. Nothing for you to do. It's going to build it for you automatically. Look at UPST, guys, upstart. Nice little move for hit, but too bad it's a little extended on the 5-minute chart. Next high looking left is 33.49. So I mean it's got all sorts of room. It's just, to me, it's just too extended though. You gotta wait for some kind of a pullback, which I'm not great at. So keep an eye on Angie here. ANGI. I mean, it has bounced a bit here. I mean, from the lows. I'm going to stick an alert at 525. It's an earnings play, and if it takes that out, obviously it's got a ton of room to the highs looking left. If it wants to keep recovering, I mean, that is a. I mean, look at Playboy. I mean, Playboy really, really bounced. I mean, I shorted this one early, basically got out flat, but that's a big bounce now. Only a little pullback there on the 5-minute chart. Not Manulife, but Manchester. All right, guys. I'm just kind of looking at, yeah, TCAT. So I'm seeing HOFV. Haven't seen these NFT plays for a while, but this is an NFT play, guys. And so you just mentioned TCAT. TCAT was the one that kind of launched it all a few months ago, last year, whenever it was. Yeah, I remember. Yeah, so that was in February of last year when it got up to $73. All right, guys, I just want to confirm, I'm sure it's Jamie today, but I just want to confirm that it'll be Jamie in our YouTube room when I do take my break. Okay, ALLG. This is sort of another one. It's halted too. Wow. I'm pretty sure, this was moving up on the leaderboard, probably right here. I don't know if it popped immediately up to the top. Probably not. That's why I'm saying you've got to kind of pay attention. If something is starting to move up on the leaderboard, click on it. This could be the start of a 10, 20% move. Yeah, it's halted. I mean, I know it's halted. And where could it open? Not an earnings play. And according to this, I mean, that's a big float, guys. I wonder if that's correct. 245 million for it to be up 33% on no news that I can see. That's for the ALLG. And that seems pretty extreme. Starts with O. Can't remember Poe. What's the other NFT stock that starts with the letter O? Is the question. OCG, really? OCG? I sort of remember this one, but boy, doesn't trade at all. It's definitely not OST. Well, I shouldn't say definitely, but we've seen OST trading. Yeah, I don't think it's not OST. It is Jamie. Yes, so Jamie will be in our YouTube room in about 20 minutes or so. Okay. See, so you look at NVTA as an example, okay? NVTA, just pulling back a little bit. Again, I'm not a great pullback player, but if you're so inclined, maybe you stick an alert, I don't know, a 330 or something. Where's the VWAP? 326 is the VWAP. Okay. So for those of you who really pay attention to things like that, you might say, you know what? Let's see if it gets down to the VWAP or close to the VWAP. So there it is. There's the VWAP for NVTA. So, go to the chart. I show you right here, and I'm going to put an alert. Just going to adjust it, right click, create the price alert at 326. Okay, now it's done. It's in your price alerts window. So if it goes down to the VWAP, you'll at least know about it, and then you can make up your mind. Okay, is it going to bounce off the VWAP, or is it going to go down below it and maybe it turns into a short? Not that I can short. Well, I can short this one, but you see what I'm saying? This is a way in which you can use the price alerts window with this top list. Just because something isn't moving anymore doesn't mean it won't move later on. A lot of these things, they have these huge moves and then they just kind of rest for a while. And then, in the afternoon sometime, all of a sudden, traders get excited about it again. Nope. I haven't seen PJ today, but no. Ooh, guys. Okay, so the CLWT now is back up. Do I want to do it again? Try it again. Now, the other thing to notice here, right now it's not bad. When I say not bad, when you're looking at this racing and you see the stocks that are, moving above another stock, it's still a little bit herky-jerky. Not as bad as, boy, 3 weeks ago, where it would get stuck and stall and all that. But I've seen a prototype where it is, and it's going to be a different presentation. It is smooth. It just smoothly moves up. And there's going to be all sorts of work is being made on this. So there's ALL, wow, ALLG just opened. And did it get halted again? Looks like it because it's not, well, maybe not. It's not moving though. No, it just got halted again. Just got halted again. Soup for the soul. Now they finally did this. Oops, they did that crazy merger with Redbox, RDBX. That was yesterday, and it's an earnings play today. Terrible spread. They really try to make it hard to trade. I mean, it's tightened up just a little bit, but when I just looked at it, it was 1440, 1470. Really tough spread, guys. Only 6 million in the float, and that can happen, in terms of the spread. So you got to be careful if you're going to take something like that. Good morning, PJ. All right, now take a look at this B cab here, BCAB. Now you can kind of see, I mean, this can go either way. You know, it's sitting right at 5. And I mean, it could go either way. And this is shortable for me in Interactive Brokers also. I mean, it's already probably William or somebody probably. Oh, guys. What? Did that pop up to, shoot. I'm in this one again, guys, and I don't know if that's a false print up here at 256. I would, if I could have traded that out, I would have. That's the CLWT. I got back in it. Remember I was saying, well, might be interesting again. So I did get back in it, and that was I don't know if that was true up to that 256 because I had an alert set here and it went off. I said, all right, 246, but it just pulled right back down. So basically where I bought it again. Well, let's see. On the halt, I don't see a real bid ask. Well, I sort of see 575, 583, but on the bid ask, see if this is changing. This is why I say sort of, because normally I'm not really seeing anything on the ALLG. See, now it sort of appears, but kind of down here. Usually it's right up there. So anyway, I'll be pulling for you. That, by the way, this is Interactive Brokers, okay? Nothing to do with trade ideas. This is time and sales from Interactive Brokers, in case you're wondering what this blue screen is. All right. Well, you got lucky, PJ. I don't know if it's lucky, but it certainly has to be above where you bought it. So good for you. It just opened. Well, guys, I sat on that ISP short for a long time. I just exited it. It's not moving. I thought maybe that might be the one. So basically, right where I got in. So just look at this. No movement whatsoever. ISPO, none, zero. Oh, there's that chicken soup for the soul. What's the spread like now? It's not as bad, 10 cents, but that's the CSSE. By the way, if you're wondering, well, why do I have Apple and Tesla here? You should be able to see it soon. Just to show you, that these, relative, I mean, Apple and Tesla do not move obviously as much as some of these other ones, percentage wise. Now that doesn't mean you can't trade Apple or Tesla. I mean, I'm not saying that, but people really focus on some of these larger ones, and that's fine. If that's the type of trader you want to be, that's fine. But we just put this in as a comparison to show you that these ones do not move that much compared to stocks that are really moving relatively. Yeah, well, you're right. The 10 SMA is sort of holding it up, isn't it? I mean, this is so interesting right here at that 5 level. I won't be taking it unless it really breaks out of here, but because I mean, it's got a lot of room still, 611, but good luck, Jesse. Don't let it ruin your day, PJ. It's trade what we see. That's all you can do. I've given up trying to predict why things move, be it the overall markets or what I think the reaction should have been. I don't care anymore. And I use that philosophy for individual stocks too. When people say, "Well, why did that move? That news wasn't so good." Doesn't matter what we think. Okay, the market's the market, guys, and don't be so crazy trying to figure stuff out like that. All right, guys, take a look at Skin, Skin. Interesting little break here. This is showing up on my large gap gainers from the open. Little bit of a break here for Skin, Skin. And it's 101 million in the float, so it's not going to be crazy, but you might want to take a look at Skin, Skin. Nice little break on that 14. Postmark yesterday's highs in the pre-market were way up here at 16. Okay, so Skin, that might appeal to some, Skin. Well, I will be taking my break pretty soon here now. I'm hoping that CLWT gets back into the 40s. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to put the YouTube link in, all right, so that you can head over to YouTube when Jamie gets there pretty soon. 11:52, probably 7 or 8 minutes from now, he'll be in our YouTube room taking over for me. This is really interesting, this one, this SKIN, guys. Very interesting. I mean, the big base, around 14. The high of the day is 14.15. You see, it takes that out. I mean, look at the room it's got. It had earnings, so obviously got kicked on earnings. Had earnings yesterday and got really hammered down. So it's always the issue, when you see a bounce like this. I mean, it's always the issue. Well, okay. The reaction to earnings, I mean, it's still there. I mean, yes, it's having a little bit of a bounce, but I mean, the earnings reaction, they can't change that. I mean, they can't change what they said. The other thing, though, look at that 10 SMA holding it up, the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Ooh, okay, dibs. Okay, guys, first dibs.com. Earnings play, guys. Interesting because now the only issue is, well, looks like there's a lot of resistance just around 723, which is not that far away. It may struggle to get through 7, but it's a great look right here. I mean, it's near the high of the day, but it's consolidating near the high of the day. You need volume. I mean, it's all about volume. I mean, you're just not getting it. I mean, it's 5.5 times normal, only 14.8 in the float, but you need volume. Normally, when you see a stock like this, we don't really hear too much about on its day of earnings. Usually can get a lot more volume than that. I mean, I get it that it's 5.5 times normal, but it just may do nothing. You know what I mean? I mean, it's up 10% and it may not move, even though it's got a very low float. Oh, I have no idea if Steve is still an ESTE. Question in our YouTube room. No idea. Say Lauder? Is that it? Say or Earthstone? No idea. Might be a driver. Okay. It doesn't. It just looks boring. An earnings play also, but it just looks boring. All right, guys, I'm just guess I'm getting set for Steve. Steve, there he is. No, I may have the room on mute. No, you should be able to hear me, Jamie. So Jamie is showing up. I don't know if he can hear me yet. You can hear me. Okay. I can't hear you.
How about now?
Yes, I hear you now, Jamie.
Great success. Okay, one moment, please.
Oh man, another another morning.
Uh-huh, yeah.
What a move in that spy at 8:30.
Okay, you should have eyes on my desktop.
Yep. Okay,
All
Jamie,
right.
I'll let you. I'll put myself on mute. I'll.
Yes, enjoy your break, Barry, and we'll see you back here in about an hour. Okay, let me just get a few things dialed in here, ladies and gents. All right, so I will use this questions panel because it seems the YouTube panel misses some things. And there's my pen. Okay, we should be good to go. Everybody can see my screen and hear me as well, I'm assuming. Hello, Iris. Hello, Jim. Okay, so we're good to go. I'm just trying to find a place to park this chat because I'd like to pop it out, but I don't know. Okay, there we go. Scrub, regarding your question on the new release coming with the race enhancements, well, as you may or may not know, we have our test drive coming up. It's going to start next week, and then go for 2 weeks. And we're currently testing. Let's see here. I'm currently testing version 6.1. Okay. So assuming everything goes well, this is the version that we should release for test drive, which will have some of the race enhancements. Speaking of races, oh wait, hold on a second. I haven't seen this stock coming through my tickers in quite a while for obvious reasons. Playboy, wow, seems like just yesterday. You can see this chart's all marked up from long ago. This little crucial spot right here with all the arrows, but certainly took a nice beat down. Wow, I just kind of forgot all about that one. Give me 1 second here while I mute my phone. Okay, be quiet, phone. So yes, that is when the next version is coming out. And let's see, I forgot that symbol that Barry had up just a minute ago. That little halter. In any case, check this one out real quick. Sticks, another IPO. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Had its day in the sun today. Opening. What do we open at today? $5, 507, and just took a nice little cruise up to 877. Speaking of IPOs, and some really nice action out of Phase. Me and some of the guys here in that one up pretty nicely, and just waiting to see what happens as it, busted these highs yesterday. And this one with a pretty small float. I don't know why our float data, we're working to get this corrected, but I think the accurate float on Phase is right about 3 million. So definitely fits the bill of a low floater. Decent volume today, but nowhere near the frantic volume that we saw yesterday. Would it be possible to share your entire layout for me to try? Well, Haven, I can certainly try. What you're not seeing is my other monitor where I have a ton of windows. So I tell you what, let me see if I can do a little house cleaning real quick here and get this cleaned up for you. And then you'll just be seeing this right here. So bear with me while I get rid of a lot of these windows that I watch them from time to time, but they're not my staples. Okay, that one. We'll get rid of that. Get rid of that. All right, almost there. Lots of hiding windows. And I think we got it cleaned up. Let me just check one more time. Nope, still a hider. Okay, now I think we're there. Pull back. Ding, dong, ding, ding, ding. Okay. All right, so before I share this cloud link, let's just talk a little bit about what you're seeing here. And I tell you what I'm going to do. I keep forgetting to save this little guy on my single stock window because I like to have 5-minute volume on there. Just to let you know, BCAB may not look like it's doing a whole lot right now, but it's still doing 10 times normal 5-minute volume. And if you would have been watching phase yesterday, you would have seen this 5-minute volume metric in the thousands for most of the day. It's kind of taking a little breather today. So single stock window, not a lot of rocket science going on here. This little guy right here, I need to point out, it's a custom list of these tracking ETFs: SPY, Diamonds, Qs, IWM, RSP, and VIX. Okay, so when you do load this layout up, this window is going to be blank. Okay, and if I hit configure, you'll see that it's pointed to a a custom list. I just called it index, right? And if we go to tools and my symbol list, and we just look at index, if I can even locate it here, I've got so many lists. One would think we would alphabetize these. Okay, so I'm not going to dig through the list, but it's just a list with these 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 symbols. So in order to get this little window to function in this capacity, you'll just need to create a custom list, put these symbols in there, and then point to that list, and then you'll have a nice little index watcher or tracking ETF watcher with these columns in place. Okay, so I've got 3 races here. What are we looking at here? Relative strength, just basically a little bit different of a version from this change from open. These are both looking at change from open. This one's going to probably show you a little bit more of the bigger cap stocks versus this one over here. Let's take a look at the top list because this one comes right from the explosive winners channel, just FYI. And the only thing I've modified is well, I thought I had it on 1 minute, but by stock it comes in 10-minute races, all right? Change it up to your liking. This one here Well, let's talk about this one first. Positive change from the open. Not a lot of rocket science going on there either, but still yielding some big movers each and every day. This one basically is the same thing as this one. It's just that we're looking at 1 minute change, okay? And here's the deal. If we look at the top list, by default, change in 1 minute period is not going to be an available filter slash column in a top list. So you have to add this as a custom. And if I pop in here to configure, go to my columns here, you're going to see I have mine as U45. So once I drop this link for the layout, I will drop a link for the change in 1 minute in case anybody wants to watch 1 minute races change in 1 minute. Okay. So save or share it to cloud, entire layout. We'll just call it J layout. Oh, don't you do this. Okay. Seems like it's hanging up here. Okay. Well, could be because I'm on. One more try here. Yeah, something's going on with the other server. Have to look into that. Okay. There is the cloud link for what you see right here. And now let me drop, hold on. First, I need to switch servers again. Okay. Now the custom for the 1 minute. What I say, U45. Okay. Notice how short the formula is. This is it right here. It's the whole thing. So when you go to create, you just drop this piece of info in the source, name it accordingly. I just leave mine on format 1.0, no graphics. So I'm not really sure why these are duplicating. Are you guys seeing duplicates over there as well? Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. Okay, don't want to miss anybody's. Peter, do you believe the headline tech stocks back in driver's seat? I, I don't know necessarily know if I ever believe any headlines, Peter. But tech stocks back in the driver's seat. Yeah, I mean that's all going to be so. Okay, what we have a tech stock that we want to look at? I mean, any specific sector? We talking about the big boys? Because in order to affirm whether anything's back in the driver's seat, we would probably need to check out the charts, right? So if you have one you want me to take a peek at, um, get it on up there. This is a ProShares Technology Dividend Aristocrats ETF. Obviously, it's very thin. It doesn't exactly look like this one's in the driver's seat. Looks like it's taking a little pull. Well, actually, I was looking at the wrong candle here. Might be going sideways for a nice little consolidation there. No problem, Haven. I hope you enjoy it. Bullish over 420, bearish under. And that's right where we are, right at that 420 level again. Now, I think this gap up, I think maybe caught a lot of people by surprise. How many days have we been seesawing back and forth here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So, once we reclaim this area, and here we are, and let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then day 9, look, we popped right above here, looking back to this level here. So what's in play now? And let's just, since I killed my other chart earlier, take a peek at the weekly. Okay, and right to this level here. Geez, I need to do some house cleaning with all my lines there. But, close above this level. We've got some, you know, areas that could certainly act as supply. Going back to here, looking all the way back here to May of 2021. So, wouldn't be surprised to see us close the weekly above this level here, and then maybe a little sideways dance moving forward as we circle around, or 420 potentially becomes a little support area. All right, Peter, what about plug was winning races like crazy this morning and hit resistance? Let's take a look at plug. Okay, yeah. Boom, boom, boom. What do we open at? Just 26.34. Topped out 29.29. And if we just extend daily out a little bit here, and we can see, boom, you are correct, Peter. Look what we ran into back here. This nice little area that for now is acting as supply. In order to go flirt with this little level, these levels up here, we definitely need to close above that area. But might be in the cards. The day is young still. But judging from the energy expenditure thus far, I would say it's kind of unlikely. Even though we do have good relative volume kicking right here on the shorter 5-minute time frame, it's below 100. All right, let's check in on the trade of the week. Okay, sorry, I'll be back in just a second. Jeez, these telemarketers are relentless. Okay, trade of the week. Working thus far. Here we go on the 8th right here. A little downturn. Heading back up. So up slightly in that one. We'll see what the rest of the week brings. We do have a new toy coming out pretty soon. I'll give you guys a little peek here. A new Market Explorer window. We're testing it right now, but it is the 10 SMA play. All right, Ron, I see your question there. How do you dock the TI toolbar in your dock so it's not free floating? Okay, well, I believe we can just do this. Okay, what I do here is just I go to new. Now you said dock the TI toolbar, not the channel bar. Okay, so if you create a containered, okay, so you have a container window without the TI toolbar? Okay, so all my windows are free floating. So how do I dock the TI toolbar in my dock so not free floating? Okay, so I'm a little confused because when you say dock, there is no dock present on this layout because all my windows are free floating, right? And then I just park the toolbar over here, right? So how do you dock the TI toolbar in your dock so not free floating? Well, once again, I don't really know where I would dock this because there's no place to dock it, right? Now, if I spawn a new docked window, right, and I open up a layout that's docked, then we've got a dockable container here, right? But there's no dock anywhere in here. So I just park it over here. That's where I want it, and then save my layout. Yeah, so everything you see here, this is the way I like to view it. So you could say it's by design, yeah. Where I find the most use out of, say it's, I've got my layout open and I don't really want to disturb anything because my races are collecting data. Um, but let's say I want to view the pre-market action, right? Open up that container window, watch this during the pre-market. Once the market opens, I can just easily kill it and start using my default layout. So I hope that makes sense, Ron. Okay, so getting back to this new Market Explorer window that we're starting to test out here. Okay, 10 period SMA. It's just going to show us stocks that are pulling back to the 10 period SMA, which many times is a good level of support, right? So look, today's date, the 10th, BLDP. Notice how it had this nice little move down, but boy, snapped right back to that 10 period, right? So if I was looking for swing trades and I saw this one, I'd think to myself, okay, well, looks like the 10 period is doing its job. And if I'm wrong on this one, what would my stop loss be? Probably just outside of that wick right there. BLDP was the only one showing up earlier, but now we've got real to look at. All right, once again, notice the nice little kiss of the 10. We've also got the 50 in play as well, which is the light pink line. And then we got the 20 just a little further away. So once again, risk is clearly definable, whether you use the bottom of that wick or whether you give it a little bit more leeway and use the 20. And when it comes to simplifying, hey, what might be a good swing trade? This is one of the coolest and easiest ways to do it, I think. This one's really interesting too. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now that's not technically a down day, but a nice 4-day cycle where it took a nice little peel from just over 3 down to just below 2, and now it's catching right here on the 20 and the 10. So if we were to take a swing trade in this one, we know our stop loss would be probably 189 or so, clearly definable. Was reading an article on Twitter today. Of course, these articles are all over the place, and but the consensus, the theme is always the same. The biggest mistake that traders make is not having a plan. That's the most unforgivable mistake ever, right? You don't have a plan. If you don't have a plan, you don't have a rule set. If you don't have a rule set to stick to, well, trading is not going to last very long, right? So when you're looking at swing trades from this simplistic viewpoint, you're just keying off the moving average, checking out the price action. Maybe there's another moving average, as in the case of SOPA here, snuggling up as well. So your risk is clearly defined. You know that if it doesn't work, you know what your stop loss is going to be. And then these have also pretty good propensity to work out. I took one of these yesterday. Let's see if it's still showing up. Yeah, okay. So MGM, notice the action yesterday. All right, yesterday, what was it doing? It was butting right up to that 10 period and then took a little bounce up. I'm like, hey, 1, 2, 3, 4 consecutive days down. Big company. Everybody knows who MGM is. Big market cap down here, 14 billion. Pinging right off that 10 period, took a little bit, and now we're getting, we're up a little bit, working thus far. But my stop loss is clearly defined. If it would have went down here, would have punched me out. No harm, no foul. It's working. Maybe it gets back up here. Give it a few more days and see what happens. But very simple trade setup. Hey, wicking off the 10 period the day of, risk is definable. Take a swing, see what happens. About as simple as you can get. Yes, 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 and yes. Perfect. It is the Steve Gomez special. Speaking of the 10 period on another time frame, Phase is kind of taking a nap today. But boy, if we look at yesterday's action, look at that 10 period, boy, ruling the roost all day long. All right, so let's just kind of take a peek at some of the other ones that are playing out here today. Looked at SOPA. You know, this one I wouldn't mind having a piece of this one if I saw it a little earlier. I feel a little chasey right there. Quad U, not looking too shabby. Little area of interest here. Not too bad. ARC, not 1 but 2 days. Of course, I'm tempted just to skip over anything that says ARC. ARRY. If you would have taken this one yesterday, you would have woken up to a nice little gap up. Nice. Of course, I don't know if, well, no, that is tagged for yesterday. Yep, that's on the 9th. I thought I was looking at the 10th still. Nice little wick down below, working today. Carnival, the same. Of course, the market's helping today as well. If we would have opened flat to down, it's like almost every one that we're pulling up from yesterday is working, but I think that's just due to the overall market. This little guy not working too good, but hey, can't win them all. Carnival doing the same thing. What would my market explorer scan of choice be? That's a good question. I mean, we've all been chomping at the bit for this one, right? Um, so that's why I was pretty excited to see it, be able to test it now. That's a good question. And off the top of my head, I don't know. I'll have to give that some thought. But it's also worth noting. Let's see, where'd the MGM go? It's also worth noting the relative strength down here. MGM not as strong as some of the other ones I was just looking at, but not too shabby. Looks like it's trending back up. LTHM, one of Andy's plays from yesterday. I'm in a little bit of this one as well. It's working pretty good so far. So yeah, I think this is probably quickly going to become one of my more favorite swing trading windows to peruse on a daily basis. Ooh, data standpoint, what can the Market Explorer scan for that regular scans cannot? No, it's not classified intel so much. It's just trade ideas as a whole. We came online in 2003. So we're just right at that 20-year mark, right? So when you build a system and a database over time, you know, well, there are limitations, right? So Market Explorer was created so that we could do things outside of the limitations of the regular TI engine. Okay. Um, However, we're in the process of doing some big time uh, architecture rebuilding and whatnot. And there's going to be some really cool features and some abilities that we've never had before once this is done. Um, so it's not that the Market Explorer is super secret. It just allows us to do things outside of the bounds of the typical uh, TI Pro engine. The way I look at it, it's probably going to end up being more of a stepping stone because once we get this new technology up and running, which it's getting very close, um, it's going to open the door to do a lot more stuff. Let's just say we're getting a big upgrade as far as functionality goes and data processing. I mean, the whole ball of wax. Yeah, Michael does one of the support sessions, I think, right? Does he do Mondays? I can't remember off the top of my head. Berkeley having a nice little run off the bottom there. We got green on the screen. And yesterday, believe it or not, there was this strange liquid coming out of the sky here in Texas. I think they call it water. It's been so long since we had any rain, so we're getting a little break from the heat, which is always nice. Okay, so Michael's on Tuesdays. Yeah, you might be able to catch him On a Tuesday, perfect. Let me see. Well, I can't find the window right now. It's the one I snuffed earlier to show that layout, but what time frame am I using for the relative strength leaders race? It's covered by a banner. You're talking about this one over here, correct? Okay, so just to point out, this comes right from the Explosive Winners channel. So if you pull up this channel, it's this window right here, relative strength leaders. So if I pop this out, we'll stop it. We'll show the top list. And let's see here, time frame. By default, this one's going to be set up for 10-minute races right here. Now, down here, I thought I'd set mine to, yeah, it's on default. I've restarted my layout a few times today. Windows got me on an upgrade. Um, but usually I would set this to 1 minute. That's just my personal preference because I like to get the information sooner. Um, but yeah, by default it's going to be 10 minutes. And if you want to change it, you just put the change in that field right there. Now, if we take a look at the top list here, you'll notice because A, we don't have one, relative strength, just the name indicating that typically these things that are coming through are also going to have high relative strength, not because there's a filter in here or anything. No problem, Jacques. Oh, that's the one Barry was looking at earlier. Does it win the race? Nice little peel back. Typically, when these things peel back, you would expect to see maybe a retracement down to the 15. And if they stop before that, well, that's typically a sign of strength. So ALLG might be primed to take another run at that high. Of course, look how the chart tells us where the supply might be, butting right back up to the earlier middle part of June. So many of these beat down young stocks, okay, I like this pattern because it's the perfect thing to anchor the VWAP, right? We're going to come up here, anchor to the first day of trading. Ooh, wow. Now let's also anchor to the high. Okay. And let's see, where would the low be? Probably somewhere right here. It's just not that dramatic. So that third line got laid right there, right? Just anchoring to the low, no big surprise. But later on in life, if this little guy can, reclaim these areas, this thing does take off and run. 12, 10, 15 dollars are going to be some very interesting points to deal with. I mentioned phase earlier. When we anchored to the first day of trading, look how long phase was just riding that anchored VWAP above it the whole time, right? So when you see things like this, these are probably things you want to pay attention to because once again, risk would be very identifiable based on this anchored VWAP right here, right? Anywhere on these days right here, any entries could have been made and your risk level is clearly defined. Whatever your risk tolerance is outside of that VWAP, not that bad of a risk and a nice healthy return area. So anytime you pull up a stock with limited days, it's always a good thing to start anchoring those VWAPs. You can even do it on the 15-minute time frame with limited data as well. You know, once you get too many days, it doesn't make a whole lot of sense. But you can always do hourlies, 30-minute candles. All right, guys, questions panel is open. You guys are being a little quiet today. Decent crowd in here. I guess everybody was, well, hopefully some of you were in the triple BY when it took its little run. I was not, unfortunately, but a lot of people around here were and made some decent coin. And of course, just like every big run, now it's pulling back a little bit. Short float still showing over 100%, which I'm not really sure about that. Knew it was high. Don't know if it's that high. Is that the bed, people? Yeah. Marvel. Let's see here. Okay. All right, so Marvel, got a little bleedy here through the 20. Looks like it's catching it right now, but look what we got right above us. Okay, we got a little sandwich between the 10 and the 20. Was strong, right? Looks kind of like that scan we were just looking at for Market Explorer. Had I seen it that day, I would have been thinking to myself, this might be a good buy, only to be greeted by a gap down, right? Sometimes that happens. But, in order to come test this area again, we'd have to get a close above the 10 period here. So it's just kind of what Steve would call the armpit of these two moving averages here. So it's going to be a little tug of war for now. Now, if it does reclaim the 10 and we get up to here and, take a second poke at this level right here, we need to see a close. We need to see a close above 58.21. Where do we close that day? Let's see. 51.26. Yeah. So, you know, had I taken the swing trade, wouldn't have worked. Would have been stopped out. But You can't win them all. So it's just kind of in no man's land until we get till we break below or above, close above the 10 there, Haven. Now, of course, if you were just really itching to trade this one for some reason, you know, low of that candle right there, 50.42, so 50.39, but you'd have to risk about 5 points on that. And I could think of, I would just go after more quality setups thus far. So that's my layman's 2 cents on Marvell. MGM, I can't even tell you the last time I went to Las Vegas. It's been a long time ago. Can't say that I miss it. Playboy bounce, nice. Are there better settings for bounces than others? It kind of depends on, the nature of the play that you're looking for. Are you talking about intraday or more of a swing trade bounce? Because if you're talking about, let's see here. Let's just get Playboy back up here. Nice bounce on the intraday for Playboy. Now, notice all my moving averages up here. Notice the black line, okay? The black line on the 15-minute chart is the 130 period moving average, which I also have to give Steve Gomez credit for. But check it out, okay? Wish I would have been in this one today as my machine was updating itself and taking 30 minutes to reboot. But Obi, okay? 1, 2, 3, an hour down move and a wick right at the 130 period. As soon as you see this next candle begin, boy, that would have been a sweet trade because you could have taken it around 8:30, 8:40. Your stop would have been 8:19. You could have risked 20 cents on this guy and made 40, 50 cents, right? So let's just say we took it here after seeing the wick and this candle close nice and wicky. So right outside of the wick would have been our stop area. And look at this ginormous reward area right here. Risk, reward, all just based around this 130 130 period moving average right here. So Haven, that is in the layout that I dropped. So start watching this. You can get some really good scalps off the bottom. Here's another decent example, Zixi. Spent about 45 minutes hovering around right here at 909. Risk would have been 899. So once again, really small risk for a much bigger reward area. Okay, all just playing. Okay, wait for the wick candle to close. Start getting action back above it. You know exactly where your stop loss is. Simple. These are simple plays, very similar to what I was showing you in the daily on the new Market Explorer 10 period. It's a simple process. You don't have to think a whole lot about it. You're like, okay, the moving average is here. See the candle closing above or this candle getting back into the above the moving average. Here's my out. It either works or it doesn't. Yet another one. Not near as big a mover, but still solid concept. Is there a good place to go intraday swings? Intraday swings, well, I mean, when we say intraday, right, I'm assuming you mean the swing part is getting a nice, well, when we talk about swing trade, typically we're talking about multiple day holds. So the term intraday swing kind of got me flummoxed there. Intraday moves, maybe, is kind of what you mean there. And this little window right here, you can see it's not going too crazy either. It's not just spitting them out one after the other. Let's see what I got in here from market cap. I do have a market cap. Nope. Okay. So check this out. And I forgot about the RSI setting that I plugged in here too. Okay. So first and foremost, we're keying off of the 130 period on the 15-minute intraday. Okay. Then I threw in 15-minute RSI because when RSI gets below 35 typically, that can mean it's ready to go the other way. The opposite side of that coin is when RSI on any time frame, but in this case, the 15-minute, gets above 70 on a stock that's motoring up. That's when probability for a pullback is getting pretty great. Okay, so this is just the opposite. When RSI gets below 35, it could mean it's ready for a short-term reversal. Now we're coupling that key metric with snuggling up right at the 130 period SMA. So this is giving it a little bit more oomph than just playing the 130 period on its own, right? And then I've just got some measly volume requirements in here. Hey, it's had to have traded 100,000. But this is a devilishly simple window here. That's why I like it. And running down now, as it runs down to the 130 period and achieves the RSI metrics that you see here. So hopefully that makes sense because Peter, for a tamer intraday window with a simple mechanism and a couple of very powerful metrics behind it, this is quickly becoming one of my go-to windows. Check out the history. Let's see how the other ones. Oh, that's it for today. So this thing spit out 3 and is batting 1,000 today. Figures. Figures that's the day that my computer auto reboots and updates and takes forever. But oh well. C'est la vie. There's always tomorrow. And of course, the market helping tremendously as well. Sure. All right, there is the cloud link for the 130 period bounce play with RSI as a booster. All right, talking about the overall market, once again, it will be nice if we close above that line. Right now, we're at a perfect doji. If I had to predict, I'd say we close a little green hammer, maybe. Maybe a hammer for the day close. But a doji would work too. Doji makes things more exciting on the next day. I tell you what, let's do a little experimentation here. Yeah, we got about 8 minutes before Barry comes back. First off, let me get rid of some of these I'm gonna give myself a seizure looking at all these lines. Hold on. Okay, here we have the weekly for a pretty long period of time. Got some key levels here. This is all the way back in the COVID fiasco. I tell you what, let's drop an anchor there. Oh, look. Look at that little area right there, how it acted as first support, vomited through it, then resistance, and then bang. Okay. By the way, I was not consulting this during this time. I looking back, I wish I had. And mental note, don't forget about things like this. Okay. Um, we anchored to the low there, and then we're going to anchor. We'll just call that guy the high. Now, ooh, look what we're coming up to here. The high on the weekly, the low on the weekly. So kind of going back to what you were talking about, Circle, 420, we're right at, we're hovering at that 420 level, which has always been kind of crucial. But then maybe a little bit of gas up to 422.65. So this is definitely going to be an interesting area here. And what I'm going to do, 423.50, just for giggles. Okay, if I could type properly. Anchored VWAP weekly from high. All right. That way, that level gets hit. I'll be like, oh yeah, that was the anchored VWAP on the weekly. Key level. What's it going to do? So this is what I'm predicting the daily close could look like today right here. Of course, that's the weekly. We shall see. All right, don't think I've missed any questions. Let's see. Hey, Ron, I'm sorry I'm somehow I missed your question earlier. I am Jamie. Ron, nice to meet you. Okay, and Teddy, I think I covered that. Recommendations for values on RSI for short-term bounce scalpings. Yep, exactly what we were talking about in the 130 period alert window here, which are these settings right here. I got a min of 30 and a max 34.99. Kind of curious if I did duplicate this window here and removed the minimum, if it would make that big of a difference. Nope, same stocks show up. So it really is just about that RSI level falling below 35 there.
Jamie,
Hey, Barry.
you remind me of some DJ from the 70s on FM radio at 2 o'clock in the morning, just talking very melodic. If you're talking stocks instead of music.
Maybe I missed my calling. Hey,
You think
maybe I
you
should be
may have
this.
missed your calling.
Maybe I should be the stock DJ.
As long as you didn't mind being a working the graveyard shift, yeah,
Yeah. Well, hey, if the markets gravitate to 24/7, you know,
there you go.
we all might be working the graveyard shift.
Not this person sitting in this chair. That is for sure.
Oh,
I'm
come on, Barry.
nope,
When we finally get crypto online, you might be eating those
nope,
words.
nope, no. I'm never gonna. I have never traded crypto, and I
Oh, you will though.
no, I won't. I mean it. I will not. I will not trade crypto. I
Why?
enough. My hands full with stocks. Seriously.
Well, famous last words. We shall see.
All right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I said I'd never do the races either, but
Uh-huh.
but
Uh-huh.
that's a
Yeah.
little different. That's a little different. But anyway, my friend, if you want to take off now, you can. Otherwise, we'll chat for another 3 minutes.
Well, if you're ready to take the helm, I don't know if you caught this little pull back to the 130 spiel I did, but
Yes, I did, and I know Steve that's Steve's baby, that 130.
yeah,
Yeah, I,
I've been getting some really good scalps off of it here lately, and it's just I like it. But the thing is, you combine it with the extremely low RSI setting, right?
mm-hmm,
So it's the 130 with the RSI. I don't know. And it's not going crazy, and it's typically I'm only hitting the ones on the bigger cap stocks,
right.
but very interesting for you know picking some bottoms on the intraday.
Yeah, I mean, the one of the things I'm trying to do with the races, of course, is I'm not a huge pullback player, but okay. In my top 10 list, if a stock that I'm not seeing really doing anything for the last little while, click on it and see what it's doing and saying, whoa, look at this. It's getting near the VWAP as an example, or maybe getting near Steve's Magic 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. So start to watch it, So that's what I love about the races, more than just the races itself, it's the creation of for me anyway, a focused watch list, a top 10 list
Exactly,
that I can watch all day long.
a created watch list, and that's that's
And,
the name of the game.
and
But
there's
what I
nothing to
like
do.
about this is keying off the wicks, you can have extremely small risk levels
Hmm.
and extremely large reward levels, like you're seeing on this OBE right here.
Right.
And of course, the scalper in me, I tried to snuff out, but he just won't die. So,
It
you
just
know, mm-mm.
Well, I'm going to take a stab at this NVTA. Looks like it's pulled back a little bit. It's been super strong. It's one of most of the races in mine, won 6 races, and it looks like it's making higher lows and all that stuff.
Yeah,
It's not really near that 10 SMA, but to me it just has that look. So I've taken it, and it's
this
an
looks
earnings
exactly
place.
like FaZe did yesterday. Had that
Mm,
big wick, and then it blew
yeah,
right through it. Yeah,
exactly,
yeah.
exactly.
All right, my friend, I
All
will
right.
give you the steering wheel back here, or you can just take it from me, and
Okay, I just did.
we'll see you guys next week.
You
Everybody have
bet.
a green week, and we'll see you later. Bye
Oh, okay.
bye.
Okay, guys. All right, guys, I should be back in the YouTube room. I'm back in both rooms now, I believe. Let me just get my music going, and then I'll be set to go. Here we go, and I'll get rid of my announcement. So I just said in the YouTube room, I've just taken NVTA. I'm still in that CLWT. I almost got stopped out the second time, but I was kind of following Steve's theory about the 10 SMA, so I never broke it. So I'm still in it. I mean, it's been not bad. I mean, I'm in back at that 230 level. Took a little loss the first time, got back in it at that 230 level. So I'm up a dime. No big deal. Shouldn't take a loss this time because if it gets back down to 230, I'm definitely out. And the NVTA, yeah, we'll see. Just has that look to me. I mean, it should be active all day. Won 6 races, and this is a classic. I was just saying this, Jamie, in our YouTube room. I mean, yes, the racing itself is great. I mean, the racing itself, as you're following stocks moving up the leaderboard, but just as important for me, and I think for hopefully for a lot of you, especially if you're starting out, it creates automatically a top 10 watch list for you. You don't have to do anything. Okay. You don't have to do anything. And again, I have the large cap gainers also. Okay. So if you're not into these more crazy stocks, they happen to be low floaters, not because I have a filter on, but just because, those are the ones that move. But I've also got the large cap gainers. So there's ALLG, and it won 9 races in this large cap gainers from the open as an example. Okay, now we have, now that Grove, yeah, the Grove I think got halted on the way down, right? So it just resumed. So yeah, I mean, there's another one that, now why do I have an alert here? ALL, okay, so look at the ALLG, ALLG. What's the volume, right? Decent volume, huge, big float. I had an alert set for this area here. That's the high, the previous two 15-minute candles, but it immediately hit it and then dropped. So, I mean, that's a classic use, in my opinion anyway, of the price alerts. It hit the price alert, but just because it hits the price alert doesn't mean you pile into the trade. Watch to see how it's trading, and that can keep you out of a lot of misery by taking trades too early or not watching, and that's why I'm completely against auto trading, guys. I mean, you know, in theory, down the road, I guess we'll label auto trade our price alerts. I would never do that. I still would not do that. Just because I set a price alert doesn't mean that is 100% where I want to take the trade. I want to know when it hits, and then I can make a pretty quick evaluation. Do I want to take the trade or not? Pro tier or pro fixed? Well, D88, I'm not eight, excuse me, D888, I'm not 100% sure. I mean, you need real-time data. Now, what real-time data plan you take from Interactive Brokers will be up to you. I think there's a plan for about $10, okay, that I think most people take. I have, I haven't looked at my plan for almost 6 years now, okay? I took it 6 years ago and I haven't had to look at it. So, but I think I'm on some kind of a $10 plan, and I think that gets waived if you trade a certain number of shares. But you do need real-time data. So you're talking about using our Brokers Plus window. Yeah, hey, yeah. NVTA on the move. So you're talking about using our Brokers Plus window to trade from within trade ideas. Okay. So first of all, if you haven't, it sounds like you haven't done it yet, so you should probably take a look at this video. I'm going to pop a link in for you, okay? Okay, so I popped in a Brokerage Plus link. So there is the first video, or the short video. Give me a moment here. All right, the short video shows you how you can connect to your IB account. And it goes into, the port that you're supposed to use, etc. And then the second video is a lot longer and shows you a little more detail about how you can use the Brokerage Plus window, okay? But as far as, I mean, you need real-time data. And again, I think there's a plan for about $10. I think that's what most people take. But I'm embarrassed to say I have no idea what my plan is. And I don't, when you say pro tier or pro tier or pro fix, I'm not even sure. I've never heard those terms before. All right, guys, I just took some of the NVTA out. Okay, I just took some of it out. Turned out to be not a bad little trade so far. What is my new scan? You mean the large cap gainers from the open? You mean this one? Oh, you mean my new trade? Oh yeah, it was NVTA. Oh, to Vine. Well, NVTA. It was in the my winners list. That's what I'm saying, nothing for you to do. You just have it'll automatically create a top 10 list based on how many times the stock wins a race. So, while I was on my break, I just looked at NVTA. I said, well, I haven't seen it. It hasn't won a race for a while. Wonder what it's doing. All right. So I clicked on the alert, saw that it was kind of hanging around this 360 level. So I took it, if that makes sense. And that's, so I could do the same thing with, HSCS. I don't know what it's doing right now. I do know that it wasn't moving up on the leaderboard, but that doesn't mean anything. That means, so trying to really impress not just on yourself, of course, but people, if you use this, if you use it the way I think it could be used, just by clicking on these alerts, even if nothing is happening, you're not seeing HSCS, you're not seeing it moving up, but hey, just click on it, see what's happening with it. I see right there's the VWAP 302. I wonder if it gets through the VWAP, if it could continue to grow, as an example. So just put an alert, maybe a little bit above the VWAP, and see if it takes it out, and then watch to see how it's trading. Does it really move from it, or does it do nothing? It's just it gives you an automatic, it just gives you a list that you don't have to construct yourself. It's just automatically going to do it. Yeah, so I'm out of that NVTA. I mean, it was okay. I mean, I wouldn't say it was marvelous, but give me a little extra butter on the popcorn, I guess. So I'm still in the CLWT, boring as anything, but I'm not going to, no reason to get out of the trade yet. CLWT. Now, this was on the list here before. If you're wondering, well, where did I see it? This was on the list here before, but it only won one race during the day. So you can see it got bumped because, stocks that have won at least two races now are in the top 10. So because CLWT only won one race, because it was definitely on this list, then it's bumped. Oh, look at this one. Boy, this is interesting. I mean, look at this breakout of consolidation on the 15-minute chart anyway. Yeah, that's pretty good. I mean, look at the volume that just came into VLDR, Velodyne. It's not an earnings play. Had earnings on the 8th, so recently. But look at this break here. Now, when you look left, what do you see? Nothing on the daily chart. The next high on the weekly chart is, well, it's right at that high of 140, and then after that, 176. I'm not saying it's going to get to 176, but there's obviously some activity coming in. It's out of that break of consolidation. So this becomes certainly a candidate to really keep an eye on right now. So you put a stop right at 136. So you got about a 5-cent stop. And I'm not saying this is not a recommendation. I am not a financial analyst, just to make sure. But look at the volume that came in. Biggest volume bar of the day, guys, for the 15, and two of them in a row on the 5. No, I don't have the exact, okay? Jordan, I don't have the exact, as I've said many times. The only thing, you can have this, you can have my single stock window, but as far as I mean, it's so simple to create your own charts. So that's all you really need, is to create your own charts. I've got this, and I've got the single stock window on my homepage, and just create the charts you want. You may not want a 15, 5, 10, monthly, weekly, and the SPY. You may not want that. So why not just take the biggest gainers from the open, and if you want my single stock, it's there on my homepage. Yeah, it's on my homepage. Yes. probably create something for the test drive. It'll look, I don't know what I'm going to do though, because I can't give my price alerts window. Yeah, you'd see my price alerts, which is not necessarily what you want. So I may have to zero everything out. Remember these ones, create a layout with nothing in it. So a depends if you're on the latest beta, the top list now used to be every 30 seconds, okay? And remember what the use of a top list was. It was just, ranking, show me the stocks up the most for the day. But right now, if you can see my screen, you can see there are updates now taking place virtually all the time. So it used to be every 30 seconds, but you could, if you just, you'd have to be watching. But I mean, I can see how things are changing. I can see things are changing. So basically, the top list gets updated almost instantly now. It might be like a 2 or 3 second delay, but it's basically 0.96. If you download the latest beta, which is on the website, it should say 0.96. All right, guys, I am out of everything now. The CLWT wore me out. Basically covered my loss the first time. Yeah, well, I thought you said that yesterday. Remember, I said that yesterday. But remember, Jordan, the top list was not designed to catch things like an alert window. It was never designed. You want a real-time alert. That's why you created alert windows. However, with the racing now, the racing is a beautiful hybrid between a list of stocks that you might want to follow and real-time alerts. It's the hybrid. That's the best way I can explain it. But a top list window in the old days was never designed, to it was designed to just update every 30 seconds. Show me the stocks up most for the day. Show me the stocks making the biggest move in the last 15 minutes. And rank them and sort them. And I know you asked me that yesterday because you asked, will I lose all my whatever I've created? No, you won't. So I look at this one, Explorer, and my problem with it is the volume. Yeah, I mean, the relative volume is fine. I mean, it's double, just not a lot of volume. Now, maybe it's just starting out. Okay, maybe it is. I know it, you know, up to the top. Well, you could wait. I mean, there is going to be, but updating is no big deal, in my opinion. Anyway, updating is just no big deal. We will be coming out with another version. What day is it today? Certainly by the test drive. So probably by Thursday, maybe tomorrow or Friday. But I mean, to get the latest version is just not that big a deal. So ooh, just a minute. My little robot was getting stuck. All right, guys. Now I was mentioning skin just before I was taking my break. You see how skin was just basing. I'm just taking some, okay? I had easy to put a $14 stop on it. I don't know where it's going, but yesterday the pre-market got up to 1665. This was an earnings play. It got hammered. Okay? But trying to come back a little bit. So I'm in at 1423, I believe. So we'll see what happens. And that is SKIN. Nice little break. And that was showing up on my large cap gainers from the open. Okay. Now, what would be great if it would show up here, because then it would have be a nice percentage move. Velodyne, let's take a look at Velodyne. Is it an earnings play tonight? VLDR. Let's see what we have anyway. Well, we had it that it was August 8th post market. So after hours, so the reaction would have been yesterday. So I don't know. I can only base this on what we have, okay? It says August 8th post market. So the reaction was yesterday, if that's correct. Yeah, and I'm looking here. Yeah, this is from yesterday. So this is the earnings call transcript. So it was yesterday, McNally. Well, I'm just looking right here. I mean, I'm looking at my eye. Even our news may have that. Yeah, here it is. I mean, earnings call transcript right there in our news, right here. Tops Q2 EPS by 3 cents. I mean, so it definitely released, after hours Friday. Oh, well, what more would you want when you say all you could find was earnings? I mean, that's basically, that's the news. That's the earnings news. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're looking for. If you're wondering, well, why is it doing this today? Oh, I see. Okay, I got you. No, I don't see any other than, let me just see here. Maybe some analyst has put some kind of ridiculous price target on it. I mean, it's to participate in the third annual Needham. I mean, if you believe this, I mean, a lot of tech sector stocks, maybe it's jumping just because of CPI numbers today. I mean, look at all the stocks that are jumping because of CPI. All right, Dan just gave me a scan that he has created. Weekly relative strength. Okay, let's take a look at this. So these are obviously, well, I shouldn't say obviously, but let's take a look at, open the top list and let's see what it's looking for. Weekly relative strength, configure, summary. So in the 10-day range, so it's pretty basic. I mean, it's just looking for stocks at least 30% at least 30% above the low of the last 10 days. That's what it's looking for. Big price range. This is what Dan just gave to me. Said to keep an eye, take a look at it. Now, what's happening here? I want to see now how many of these races I can have up and running before my system maybe crashes, because there's a lot of stuff happening in these races. Yeah, so as an example, there's Velador right here. Now, did he show top 10 winners? And what I don't want to do, guys, I do not want to have like 10 races open. I don't want to fall into that either. You know, the whole thing is to really focus on maybe one race, maybe two. Make it easy. Hey guys, I took myself out of the skin, okay? Now a little loss on the skin. Yeah, so that's always the problem, because this got hammered yesterday on its earnings. Okay. So that's still in effect. I mean, it's still in effect if you understand what I'm saying. It's not like all of a sudden they came out today and said, hey, you know what? We were just kidding. Earnings are really good. So all that still is there. So yes, there is bounce potential, but I was really thinking that break there might have got it, I don't know, another 30 or 40 cents, but you know what? Didn't work. So just get out. I just got out. Yeah, I'm not in it anymore, but NVTA still looks pretty good. Excuse me. All right, EVTC. Oh man, that showed up at 3408 on my 10-day daily breakdown when I was on break. Yeah, right at 1 o'clock. Right at while I was talking to Jamie, I guess. I just getting back into the room. I missed this one. Short 3408. I mentioned this one before, I mean, you can just kind of see where did it get to today? It got up to 328, the high yesterday, 327. Amazing how that works. So stick an alert, put an alert at 329. Okay. It's in the races. It was winning, it was moving. In fact, it just won a race. Okay. It just won a race. It's third race of the day. But do I want it right now? No, because that high today, which is just almost the same high as yesterday, could stall it. If it gets through, look at the high the day before that is 425. That's a lot of room. Okay. That's how I look at it anyway. Yeah, is it ever? So showing up on the race right here, 107. What's this float like? Big float. Um, Actually, an earnings play, another little earnings play. Boy, this is it, guys. This is the last big week for earnings. But I don't think this is not an earnings play right now. I mean, they did release earnings, but it says that they gained 24%. This is the news that hit at well, I don't know if that's the earliest it hit, but at 12:17, that's phase two. Phase two, guys. This is shortable for me. Hmm. Yeah, these bottoming tails, I don't believe them. So let me see if I can get rid of those bottoming tails for the SPY. Yeah. Right. So far, I'm running 3 races, and I'm not seeing a big slowdown. Woof, guys, this EVTC is just getting tanked here. Boy, I wish I'd seen this one. This is don't usually get these 10-day daily breakdowns. You don't usually get them this late. But look at this, 3408, 3317 now. I'd be chasing it down, unfortunately, but where could it go? I mean, what's the next low looking left? I can't see anything on the weekly chart. 3357, so it took that low out. So if I go to a monthly chart, maybe 3279 or so. That's too bad. That was an excellent one from 3408. The alert happened at 101, so about 30 minutes ago. And again, the only thing that kind of makes me turn away from my race is this, the 10-day daily breakdown. Oh man, I can't chase it. I can't chase it. I can't chase it. EVTC just making new low after new low. Wonder what, oh, it's a secondary. Okay, let's see what the price is. They just not, so they announced a secondary. Okay, 6.36 million shares. See if we can catch a price. I don't see a price for this secondary. I don't see a price for this financing. Yeah, I see that's on your bouncers, Zach, Perigo, PRGO. All right, guys. BFLY, Black Butterfly Network. Well, you know what? Look at this. It held that 10 SMA at came into it, the 10 SMA for Butterfly, right at about that 645 mark, and then it lifted off. Another one for Steve. And again, this is from the interesting thing to see is to have them all lined up and see if we get one in all of them, or the same one in all of them. Man, is this an improvement, guys? You have no idea what I went through anyway, just with one, and how awful it was, how it just wouldn't load. Well, it would load correctly, but it would just stop and be big gaps. Oops, like that. But TBLA is kind of interesting. I mean, it had this lot of action way back here. It had the big pullback all on the monthly chart. Um, TBLA. So if I look left, yeah, that's the issue. 325, but if it can get through 325, 360, so it's got a little bit of room, a little bit of room. Through 325, the next high looking left on the weekly is again, was that 427? 356, yeah, 356, 360. So it's got a little bit of room. Sorry about that. Thank you. Had a massive sneeze that I caught. So yeah, so Haven. I mean, there's no real. This is basically done now. They're being acquired by Chicken Soup, CSSE, and most of us did not have shorts for this one anyway. Just clicking on some new entries into the stocks I haven't seen today. Boy, again, this Grove, GROV, has to be watched on a 23 break or so. All right, guys. Well, again, not much happening for me right now. Just waiting. Oh, there's that AQST. That's been super active. Big day yesterday. Yeah, the big day yesterday, 137. But again, that's probably pretty too close to 123. Looking for something. This is a Bitcoin play, BTBT, I think. Yeah, Bitcoin play, BTBT. Next high looking left is 181. Again, guys, you just have to kind of look left where these things could stall. I mean, yeah, I understand they could just rip right through all this, but I'd rather put the odds in our favor, not have to deal with any sort of chart resistance. Hmm. Bpop? I haven't seen this one in a long, long time. Isn't this Puerto Rico or Puerto Rico? I haven't seen Bpop in a long time. I don't, this ALLG, I mean, it's interesting. How is that BCAB doing? Did it break off 5 yet? Look at this. I mean, look at this. I mean, I refuse to believe it's just going to sit here. I think I have an alert on the top and the bottom. It is shortable for me. Well, if I don't have one, I better put one right now just in case it really breaks down. So maybe 491, put an alert underneath. And put an alert up at around, say, 514, see if it takes. So what I've done is I basically bracketed my price alerts. See if it breaks one way or the other for BCAB. Real. Good morning or afternoon, real. I guess still morning for me. Yeah, so Ron, all you do is go to a chart, okay? First of all, your price alerts window, if you click on new and then find price alerts, okay? And if you do that, if you've never done one before, this window will be blank. Now you don't have to have it up and running. I should mention that. You don't have to have it up and running. But to set a price alert, really simple. You just go to any chart you want. And so say I wanted to set a price alert for MITQ. Let me do it in a big way. Okay, say I want to set a price alert, let's find one that's moving. So nothing's really moving that much right now. But let's say I want to set a price alert for NVTA and I want to set a price alert at the high right there, 386. See how I'm just moving you see the dotted line? Hopefully you can see it. Moving my pointer and get right to where I want. So say 385. So I right click, and create price alert. So at this point, it's done. Nothing more I have to do. I mean, if I like the price, if I've eyeballed it correctly, or of course I could change it in that alert price window. I typically don't put any notes in unless it's an IPO, and then that's it. Save it. Done. Okay. And you see what happened. It now if you wow. See what I did? I caused it to go up. Now I have my price alerts window up so you can see it all the time, but you don't have to. What would have happened if I had minimized this window? It would have popped up on my screen. Okay. Well, this is the reverse. If you want it to go, if you want to have a potential short, well, but even you don't even have to do that. I mean, if I want to see if it pulls back to 379, if that's what you mean. Okay, so now I've just and see the blue line. You have a blue line on the chart. Hopefully you can see that. So if it goes back down here, so you can do it either way. Yeah, okay, yeah. So pull back to a certain price, set the price alert, pull back to a VWAP maybe if you're into VWAPs, maybe to a moving average. There's all sorts of ways you can set these price alerts. And if you minimize the window, then that would have popped up on your screen. So you don't have to have the window up and running. The only reason I've got it up and running is because I'm really trying to hammer the point home to use price alerts, especially in conjunction, with the races. Set a price alert. Sometimes you'll get if I click on BIOR just as an example, I could say to myself, if this takes out one again, maybe I want to know about it. So I just create the price alert. Okay, and you would see it, it'll be at the bottom. What I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of some of these. It'd be right at the bottom. If this triggers, it would pop right to the top. And the reason it does for me is because I sort on the triggered time column. And so I want to see the latest one first. See, just like there's HC. Wow, guys. All right, I had that level. Let's see if this starts to move from here. So again, you don't have to have this window up and running. Okay, you can minimize it. Just going to get rid of some of these things. And that's really the way to do it, because if you minimize it, it'll pop up in your screen. So you will not miss the price alert. Okay, all that makes sense? All right, guys, so I'm kind of interested in that HSCS. It pulled back immediately. I may have taken that trade, except I was explaining stuff, so it kept me out of the trade. HSCS. Okay, so I just want to keep an eye on this one, see if it, boy, the NVTA, I'm not in it anymore. See, if I followed Steve's rules, I would have still been in this trade because it never got down below the 10 SMA. What would have had to happen though is I would have had to take in fewer shares because my stop would have been too, for the number of shares I took, my stop was too far away, would have been too far away. So the ideal thing would have been to take fewer shares and then I could have stayed in the trade longer. Okay, guys, give me about 5 minutes. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I am back. I see Real has posted a potential scan for you guys to take a look at. Look at, yeah, I was going to take it on that 40 break. I'm trying to trade now GME, guys, every day. Not as a hold, of course, just as a trade. It has these $3, $4, $5 moves sometimes. Ooh, boy, that NVTA. Great, yeah, great patience for some. Not me, unfortunately. Did okay on it, but boy, oh boy, what a great move off four even. Well, that's why I'm going to keep kind of watching this HSCS. I mean, unfortunately, the spread got kind of crazy, but if it ever catches up, it's got that, it does have that room. What did I say to four? Yeah, right on that weekly chart, 427. So yeah, look left. Yeah, 425. That's why I'm interested in this one, okay? It's a low float. Just interested because of the fact that if it can get back up to these levels again, which is 327, I mean, the next high is 425. It's got this, so I mean, it's got the room. Ugh, I don't even want to look at NVTA, but let's see. Well, the next high on the weekly chart is 410 has been passed. 431 has been passed. 492 is the next high on the weekly chart. I'm not saying it's getting there, of course, but that is, I mean, $5. I mean, $5 in that area. That is where and look at the volume that's come in. I mean, look at the volume burst. That's what you're always looking for. Little consolidation. I think too many people take consolidation breaks. I mean, I kind of did that on the skin. Didn't really have a huge break on that there. I mean, a little one, just a little one. I'm looking at excuse me, at the 15-minute candles here, volume bars. Well, and here on the five. So I mean, there was a little bit of a break, and I thought maybe that'll get it going. But that's what you're waiting for. A lot of times people take consolidation breaks, and there's no volume, and they get whipsawed out. Keep an eye, guys. I mean, going to nag a little bit. Keep an eye on that HSCS, okay? Because I think if it can get into the 30s, and get that bid ask proper. Right now it's 322, 326, but if it takes out 327 again, I mean, just look left. It's got all that room. And then what's the float on this one again? HC. Gosh, I have a tough time typing this one in. Oh, it's got to be here. Why do that? Right here. Yeah, so it's a low float. So we've got some bottoming tails on the 15-minute chart. The sellers tried to knock it down. Buyers are, a little bit in control. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, so you see all these bottoming tails, on that 15-minute chart. Let me get a bigger, expand it a bit so you can really see it well. So look at these bottoming tails on this, the previous two 15-minute candles, and even this one. So what does it mean? The sellers had it knocked down to 306. Sellers close it up here at 318. Sellers tried it again down to 309. Now, admittedly, the buyers tried also. Okay, so this is not quite. It'd be better if there's topping tail weren't here. But imagine it wasn't. So again, sellers tried to knock it down to 309. Buyers close it up here at 325. Sellers tried again. Maybe they're giving up a little as these tails start to get smaller and smaller, right? Maybe they're giving up a little bit, saying, you know what? It's not worth our while to keep knocking this down. And I don't know. Obviously, I don't know for sure. If I knew for sure, well, I tell you. But 327, I better put my alert back up there. Say 329. Again, there's always a battle all day long between buyers and sellers. I don't care what stock you're in. Some some are more dramatic than others, though. If you have these, big tails, topping tails, the same thing. Just think of it in reverse. Topping tails, buyers would have it up to a certain price, sellers knock it down. Buyers try again, sellers knock it down. Buyers try again, and eventually, there we go. Maybe, I mean, eventually one side gives up and say you can have it for a while, at least. Now, I'm not telling anybody to take that trade, but I sort of laid it out and yeah, Sandy used to be almost exclusively a swing trader, didn't you? All right, guys. So B cab just kind of took a little bit of a move out of here, but not much. I mean, again, no volume. Look at that 50. Well, look at any time frame, really. Look at the 5-minute time frame. So it's not about the absolute volume. I mean, there's 23,000 shares. It's not about that. It's in relation to all the previous volume bars. You don't see anything standing out. You'd need something that really stands out, in my opinion. Yeah, it's on the move now, guys. Oh, B-cab is on the move. Maybe the volume is starting to pick up. All right, guys, can I say this is a winner? I mean, did you see how you can use the top list that is not the top list, the watch list that is created and trade off of it? Okay, this was not moving. It's moving now. This was stuck, probably wasn't even showing up anymore. Okay, but it had won races early. Can you kind of see what I was pointing out? I mean, this is an awesome trade now, guys. It's awesome. I'll just say it. It's awesome. And don't be afraid to take profit, but I mean, from a 25, 26 cent move to 60 cents, that's a great percentage move. And look at the time. So don't be afraid to take profit, but I should do a video on that. I mean, that is just almost textbook on how to use the watch list that is created and check out something that hasn't moved for a while, set a price alert, and see what happens. I mean, I'm not saying every single one is going to look like this, but also look at the volume that came in. What do you mean his HSCS? That's mine. I'm kidding, of course. I don't care whose it is. As long as people were understanding what I was trying to say, that's all I care about. No egos here, guys. No egos here. Now, look, there is a little bit of volume coming into BCAB now. You see, now there is some volume coming in. I'm not in this one. No, I'm just kidding, okay? I'm just kidding about mine. It's just the one I picked on because it was, I'm just trying to illustrate how you can use this watch list. You don't, and it's just generated automatically for you. I mean, how good is that? No, look at BCAB even. And I know somebody took BCAB just over 5 a long time ago. I can't remember who it was. Oh. All right, guys. I mean, so even BCAP guys, I mean, the fact you put an alert there, remember I was just saying, I mean, I didn't take this one, okay? I didn't, the volume came in a little bit too late for me to really take it, but I mean, it's the same principle though. There's BCAP, won 3 races, wasn't doing anything for, I mean, look how long it wasn't doing anything for. 1, 2, 3, 4, well, let's do this. 10:30 to 1:45. So from 10:30 to 1:45, it was dormant, sitting right at $5. But it was still in the watch. It was still in this watch list because it had won 3 races earlier. So you just set your alerts and see if it takes it out. Now it did take it out, but when I looked, it didn't seem to have enough volume for me anyway. But I mean, it's just trying to drive it home, guys. Drive it home. This is a watch list that is created for you. Now, here, I mean, if you want the large caps, here's a watch list for the large caps as an example. I mean, if these ones are just too tough to trade for you because they're too quick and and all that. Well, here's some large cap ones. So there's no right or wrong way to launch a race. You know, it's your top list, okay? Your top list that you create, launch a race from it. You know, you've got to get comfortable with, you know, the type of top list that you're looking at. Yes, 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 real. I won't say anything else. Yes, yes. No problem, Peter. It's in your comment in our YouTube room. And you know, the whole idea is to have patience. I mean, if you had looked at BCAB for 2 hours, you would have said, just forget about it. Okay, because what's it going to happen? So you don't try to anticipate. Now, one of the traders anticipated the move way early. That's fine, but just have some patience. So here's GMTX as an example. GMTX as an earnings play. What is it doing? It's going right into the 200-day moving average area, 198, 197. What if this stalls? This is shortable for me. You know, 100,000 shares at Interactive Brokers. So, I mean, this could easily, a couple of things. I mean, two, psychological number to get through, but maybe more importantly, 198 is the 200-day moving average. It might really struggle to get through there. Let's take a look at GNS down here. GMTX is winning a race right now. Who asked that? JK, winning a race at the top of the leaderboard. Well, it was. Keep an eye on this NVTA, guys. You know, as it's starting to pull back a little bit, there's that 10 SMA, still has not broken through that. And that 10 SMA looks like around 379 right now. Yeah, I mean, it's had a little pullback, but not well, I mean, I guess 450 down to 4 is, you know, decent percentage move, but it doesn't look like it wants to truly give it up. And I can't even remember, what did I say? I think I said 492 or something on the weekly chart. 492 on the weekly chart is the next high looking left. So, I mean, it's in theory, it's got some room still. Yeah, and you can just look at a 5 minute chart right here. If you look at a 5 minute chart, let's bring it up. Let's bring a big 5 minute chart just to show you how the volume works. Okay, so look at this, guys. I mean, Once the volume starts drying up, what happens? You get this drop. So tremendous volume right here. Tremendous. I mean, this is this one, which represents this guy right there. Okay. This is the biggest volume bar of the day on the 5-minute chart. Biggest one. I mean, just look left. Okay. Biggest one. And the two previous, very much almost. So we had all this huge volume coming in, and then all of a sudden, okay, not as much, not as much, not as much. What happens to the price? The enthusiasm starts to wane. Teddy, you would have to do a refresh. No, the message is gone a long time ago. You'll have to do a refresh. Somebody's asking about this is from our YouTube room, asking about the message stuck on my screen. So that was my message that I was on my break. So that is, yeah, that's long gone. So you might have to do a refresh on your end. Good grief, guys. I mean, how wrong was I? Well, not wrong. I don't want to say I was wrong, but look at BCAP now, guys. Oh, that. Hmm. I mean, if the volume had been a little bit better, I would have been in this one for sure. But it's just the way it is. Got to stick to my rules. But look at this. Let's take a look. How do I get rid of that? Haven only if easy for you. Let's see if I can get rid of that. That's your. Hmm. All right. I think I got rid of it. That was just trial and error. Okay, should be gone now, Teddy. Oh my gosh, look at BCAP now. But same principle, guys. Same principle. Watch list, watch list, watch list. Yeah, so what's happening too is that it got halted, and at one point this was 7-7. Now it's back down to 649. So this may not last. We'll have to see. I'm not in it, unfortunately, but that's okay. I mean, again, guys, nothing wrong with trading Tesla and Apple, but you're not going to get that. You're not going to get these sort of moves. That's all. I mean, they're not the easiest things in the world, but you start practicing. And if this is going to be a 5 minute halt, it will open at 2:28 plus 16 seconds. So a little less than a minute from now, if this is a 5 minute halt. Yeah, it's not, when it first halted, it was at 7. There's no way it's going to open here, I don't think, but we'll see. I'll keep it up here just for fun. All right, so it should be 15 seconds from now, approximately, if this is going to open in 5 minutes. And 2, 3, boom. There it is. Now look at all over the place. Okay, guys, I keep it, I mean, very risky, highly, highly, highly risky to play these halts and resumes. But if it takes out the first halt price of 649, 648, it may have a run in it. What's the float in this? I mean, it's not even a crazy low float, 30 million in the float. Not a crazy low float. Come on. All right, guys. Well, I'm kind of scalping this out a bit. I don't know where it's going to go from here. As I said before, the only way I play something, yeah, I'm out of it now. I don't know where it's going from here. Is if it gets back to the IPO price, IPO price, the halt price, because remember the halt price was 648. It broke down below it, and then it got back above it, and I was able to get something right about 651, and I've taken most of it out. I mean, I would have loved for this thing to just rip another dollar, but it didn't. But it's really it's not easy. Well, I shouldn't say easy. It's highly risky. Now, the other thing I'll do right now though is stick an alert at the high 670 and see if it takes that out later. That's why I wasn't talking very much. I had to really pay attention. I mean, it still has a look about it, guys. I mean, it hasn't given it up. I have to look left. Where is the next high looking left? 612. Nope. 609. Nope. 733, 693. So on the weekly chart, I believe. Yeah, so 693 and say 7. Those are the next highs looking left on the weekly chart for this one. But a takeout of the high. What did these guys do again? Okay, so it's an earnings play, and the big deal is that their net loss narrowed. Okay, so it's not like they're making any money. Okay, Dak, don't get offended. All right, guys, it's 2:33. Well, this is shortable too. It is shortable. Not many, 14,000 at Interactive Brokers. All right, what's next? So the NVTA guys, yeah, the NVTA is still looking interesting. I mean, is not giving it up, really, and the high, yeah, it takes out, what's that high? 421. If it gets above 421, which is the previous 15-minute candle high, could get it running again. Remember, it got up to 448 and it has room. I think, what did I say? 492, I think is the high in the weekly. But I'll be honest, guys, I think I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. I'm actually kind of whipped. So any questions? I think what I'll do right now is just put the test drive link in again. I'll spend the rest of basically, I guess I'll be here till 3:30. Remember, the YouTube room not open after 3:30 this week. Chris is on vacation, so both rooms will shut down at 3:30. All right, so I'll put the test drive link in, and this is what you're going to see. So the test drive does start on Monday, so, well, fast approaching. August the 15th to the 29th, that is 10 trading days, okay? You will get 10 trading days for $11.11. Excuse me. Only if you can take advantage of these dates, okay? If you cannot take full advantage, you will not get 10 days. In other words, if you can only start on the 16th, you'll get 9 days. So it's not 10 days from whenever you start, okay? You'll have access to the full premium service except no auto trading. I haven't even looked at the wow, look at this one. Well, it had it had B cab early and you would have sat there for a long time. Look where the AI got out though. That's why we always say manage the exits on your own. Okay? Because the AI got out at 508 for no profit. There was really no reason to get out other than boredom. The BE was early, 2615, 2895. This is an example of what the AI's done today. So that you'll have access to that. Just no auto trading, no auto trading. Okay. We only do this 4 times a year, so it's a great opportunity. If you think you can afford $11.11 for 10 trading days, then go for it. Once the trading, once it's over, it's over. In other words, there's nothing for you to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. And we do not put you into a subscription. So if you sign up today, you're not getting live data until the 15th. Okay. You're pre-registering. That's what you're doing. Now you will have access to the program. Probably give it I would give it an hour. It could be 5 minutes after the close on Friday. In other words, at 4:05 Eastern time, but give it an hour. And once you have done that, get prepared for it. Don't show up Monday morning and go, well, what am I looking at? What does this program do? Okay. Okay, so I just put my homepage link in. So when you click on my homepage, okay, I got to do it again. I'm not going to go over everything, but obviously you want to take out a subscription right now, there's a promo code you can use. But if you're brand new to Trade Ideas or you're going to do this test drive, you must do this. Let's get started. You must do it. I'll have no patience for somebody coming into the room saying, what's an alert window? Okay, I'm sorry. A lot of patience, but that means you've not done any work on your own. This will take you 30 minutes. All right, there are 10 videos. The download and installation, first startup and login, toolbar and right click magic. And then your next step, where is it? Your next step is go to the education section on my homepage, click here, and then click on the guide, the user guide. Now, you don't have to learn everything about the user guide. You should have already done the getting started. You should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is. You should know what the stock racing is all about. If you concentrate on at least these three aspects after you've done the getting started, you'll have most of what Trade Ideas is all about. Okay, you'll know a lot about it. Price alerts, these price alerts, probably good idea, but it's not mandatory that you learn everything about Trade Ideas. Okay, but get the basics down. Okay, so it's a software program, guys. I mean, there is a learning curve. Have a Guinness on me there, Jay. This is our sign off, Jay. You and I. That's our sign off. Yeah, there we go. Yeah, incoming. I like that. Incoming QNRX. Going right to the top of the leaderboard right here. This was a real crazy one a few days ago. It fell all the way back down, did nothing for the last 3 days. Now, here we go. Now, I didn't see this when it first appeared. It probably would have appeared right around here, around the 5:30 mark. And there's the NVTA guys, mentioned that. Okay, any questions? I may have to put myself on mute. I'm sort of getting a bit of a throat here. So I don't mind. Listen, if you have questions, great. I just don't want to keep talking if there's No questions though. Yeah, it requires, Alex, do you know how to make a custom formula? If you know how to make it, yes, you can do that. And I'll give you the, if you've made a custom formula before, then I'll show you. Give me a moment. Or is it available? I can't remember now if it's actually available. The reason why it wasn't available before in a topless window, because it made no sense when the topless is updating every 30 seconds, okay? So it may not be available. Let me just, see if there is a data point for it. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So you're talking, yes, there is there exactly. You can add it and see. I think it will work. I do think it'll work. You can try. So you know what the code is. Obviously, you know what you're doing. It's right here. Volume 1 minute percent. So there it is. Vol one. Try it. I think it might work in a topless window if you put the custom code in. Okay. Oh, I just did this in the simulator, guys. Took that NVTA in the simulator. All right, guys. Again, 2:47. So, any questions? Now's a good time. I am still here. I'm not going anywhere. Both rooms will be open until 3:30. Okay, I don't see any questions. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to put myself on mute, but I'm Just wanted to show you how I took that trade in the simulator and then I exited it just by clicking the flatten button. Took that NVTA trade in the simulator and flatten it. That got me out of the trade. Just wanted to show you, demonstrate how to do it. Yeah, no reason for an exit. I mean, 492, I think, and showing that that could be where it could stall. Okay, because that's the next high looking left. But yeah, no big reason for an exit. No, just for demonstration. Well, Dak, the reason is it's an earnings play. Okay, I mean, it is an earnings play, and evidently, whatever they said, the market liked, and that's for the NVTA. So there's your news. But again, you see what I mean about these smaller companies releasing news or releasing earnings, and the day of they can go absolutely crazy. Now for 3 months, maybe for another couple of days, you might get some activity, but then all of a sudden, for 3 months, nothing until the next earnings release. But 106%, you're not going to get that, with the ones that most people follow. Well, man, guys, you heard me talking about BCAB taking out the high of the day, and that would get traders interested. Well, look what happened. Here's the only problem. Both BCAB and NVTA are earnings plays, and yeah, we got to take advantage of it. We have 2 more days, 2 more days where we're going to have a lot of companies, these sort of companies releasing earnings. It's not completely dried up next week, but this week we had 1,000 companies releasing earnings. Next week we're down to about 100. So, got to take advantage of these little ones that just come out of nowhere. I've never heard of BCAB before. Have you? Seriously, I mean, I've never really heard of BCAB before. Back on mute. I have no swing trading strategy, Jordan. Sorry, just not a swing trader. But the other traders at Trade Ideas. But swing trading is not easy right now, and they've said that for months. So, but I don't have any trade. I do not have a swing trading strategy at all. Sorry. The amazing thing, if this float is correct, I'm going to check another source. I want to check to see that float for NVTA. I just want to check one other source and see if we're in the same ballpark at least. Yeah, yeah, I'm looking at another source and it's about the same. This is a monster move, guys, with 250 million shares in the float to move 123%. That is a monster move. Well, I check FinViz. I'll check one other source. I'm gonna find that. Yeah, I'm going to another source. So both my sources, I checked Yahoo and I checked FinViz, and they're all about the same, 220 million. So I mean that is amazing to have 220 million shares. Yeah, well, the outstanding, the float is almost the same as the outstanding, according to those two sources. So I'm not going to fault our provider, but that looks like that is amazing. I feel badly, Jorn, because I hope I did not influence you. I know you said, I was just showing how you can do it. Okay, good. Excuse me. You asked, was there a reason I took that? And I was saying, no, just demonstrating how you can do it. So I hope I did not influence you. You say I didn't, I'll take your word for it. Still has not breached that 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart, NVTA. Excuse me, sorry. Well, here's another one that just showed up. I mean, what the heck did they say? We cured everything in the world? This is a bio, right? Medical laboratories, okay. Genetic information into the mainstream medical practice, okay. San Francisco-based company. Surge after second quarter results. Isn't that amazing? I mean, so you read this news and you think, well, okay, well, it's not bad, I guess, but 137%. So they posted a narrower than expected loss. So they didn't make money, okay? And the expected revenue was just basically what they thought. So the initial, I mean, it's crazy, isn't it? It's crazy. This is who we use, by the way, FactSet. So 76 cents a share, that was the proposed. They only lost 68, so why not bump it 141%? It's amazing. Now, what's happened, of course, is that, there's some trading rooms, Reddit, some groups decided to pile into this. Certainly nothing in the pre-market would give you any evidence that this was going to happen. Well, okay, so you obviously know where Alex, I'm talking to Alex in our YouTube room. This is the other one. Maybe you don't know this one. Let me just give it to you. So are you familiar with this one? This formula editor, okay? And here are the other data points. Are you familiar with this one? If it's there, if something is there that you can use, then great. And as you know, you can't manufacture it. So maybe you don't have this. Basically on pages 5 and 6. I mean, here are some SMA. So if you can find something that you can work with, then here they are. If not, then it's a no-go. And I'm assuming you know the other data, you know the other one, which is this one. So I'm looking for SMA here. Some SMA stuff here. Okay, so if you can find it, great. Very few of our customers use custom formulas. That's why I really don't talk about it very much. You're bewildered by my statement, Dak? Very few of our customers use custom formulas. What's so bewildering about that? I don't. I have no custom formulas in anything that I'm using. I'm not in this one anymore, but this one actually looks like it might even have another run at the end of the day. Might have another run at the end of the day. Again, it's holding, and I'm talking about HCSC. I'm sorry, HSCS. Yeah, I'm not saying I've never used a custom formula, but nothing I'm using right now has a custom formula in it. You know, the distance to the next high and low. Yes, I used to have that one. I don't use that scan anymore. There's nothing I'm using right now that has a custom formula. How do you use it? I don't use it, Jordan, but I mean, did you look at the help and how it explains? I don't use it at all, but if you go configure, search, and then the running, it is explained. I mean, it explains what it means. Now, how you're going to use it is up to you, of course, but so running up now, and click on help, and it'll give the explanation. Okay. That's okay. A lot of people don't. Wow, wow, wow on the NVTA. Whew. Like a day like today, it's just tough to short these tops. I mean, I mean, maybe get quick scalps out of them, but boy, oh boy, I mean, these things are strong, strong, strong. Look at the BCAB again. It's okay. Who's going to win the race? Well, the race. NVTA at 614, 618, BCAB at 710. Who's going to finish on top? I know it's a dollar difference, but of course, one can go up, the other can go down. All right, guys, it's about 3:25. So unless there are any other questions, I think I'll just wrap it up now. If there are any questions, I will stick around. But otherwise, boy, what a day. Exhausting, exhausting, all the action for me anyway. So do I see any questions? I shouldn't say it like that. Are there any more questions? Well, it's just what are you doing back from the pub, Jay? Well, as you know, it's a computer program that kicks in. So evidently, even though it looks like it could have or should have, it just didn't kick in. The math didn't work. All right, guys, get my script in here. All right, well, we'll do all this over again tomorrow morning, starting at 8 a.m. Eastern time. So have a great evening, everybody, and we'll see you then. Bye-bye. And now I shut down our YouTube room. And the same thing, we'll do this again. I'll open the rooms. You guys get a little bit later, but that's okay. Okay, guys, so we'll see you tomorrow.